As day 2 arrives, the clash of the finest titans still begins. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PMCO, as I'm going to be your host and Caster Necro, and of course, John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Fritz, and of course, a little bit of technical issues going on, so apologies for all the technical issues that are going on, but hey, now we're finally back, things are looking pretty good. But Fritz, how you doing, man?
Hey, I am super excited. I've seen the games yesterday. I've seen the teams perform, a lot of new teams joining in the action. I'm super pumped up for this day number 2. A little bit of a delay, but I'm sure our audience will understand. A little bit of technical difficulties on our side. But hey, now we will be jumping into the game really soon, and all these 16 teams will be fighting for the chicken once again.
Exactly. As I mentioned, some of the finest titans in South Asia are going to be duking it out once again inside the day 2, and the show's just beginning. So let's move on forward and take a look at the prize pool, because this is the thing that all of these teams are fighting for, and of course, a couple of more advantages will be told to you in the future. But as we do see the prize pool in front of us, $20,000 on the line, from which the first spot getting $6,500, the second one getting $3,500, and the third one getting $2,000, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards.
Yeah, but let's have a look at the other teams as well. I mean, it is going to be fun to see which team comes out on top. For now, I think it was Roy Esports still maintaining their top spot, so that is something all the other teams have to be careful about. But this is how the points are distributed in every game, so nothing new. If you get that chicken, you get those 10 points. Every elimination carries a point with itself. So it will be very rewarding if you're aggressive in the early stages of the game.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, you got to be aggressive. You got to focus on the elimination points a lot in order for you to get a lot of points, because you can clearly see the placement points aren't going to be enough in order for you to put you on the top. You need at least a bare minimum of 10 elimination points with a chicken dinner to have a humongous game underneath your belt. As we do move on forward towards the overall standings of the previous day, we do see Raw Esports currently at the top, still holding that marker with 60 points. Then you've got FPG, a team that astonished all of us, making a comeback with a back-to-back chicken dinner with 58 points, only 2 points shy from taking over that first spot. And then you've got ENG, a team that we all expected to be in the top 3. They currently are over there.
They did not have good games towards the end of the day, so that is something ENG would like to improve on today. But on the second page, this is where some of the teams that we did not expect here to be A1NB Esports, Leo Esports, DRS. These are the teams we expected them to be in at least top 5, Necro. But right now, 9th, 12th, 13th, these are the positions that these teams are on.
As I mentioned, these are some of the finest times, and even if there are a couple of unknown teams, there are a couple of known teams. Still, you need to understand, unknown teams can also have a little bit of advantage over the known teams, because unknown teams, they pretty much know how the known teams play. And while on the other hand, the known teams have no clue how the new teams are going to be playing inside the PMCO itself. So that's a little bit of a disadvantage the known teams as well can face up. But then, once again, you talk about an advantage that known teams have. They have faced a competition level this high in the past as well. So they're pretty much going to be confident whenever they move inside the PMCO. And we clearly saw that confidence replicate as well from some of the best teams out there. Raw Esports was one of those. ENG too, not shying away from the fights. These guys have done fantastic. But then FPG, as I mentioned, a team that just came in out of nowhere, just scooping up 2 back-to-back chicken dinner and showcasing all it takes is 2 good games for you to make the comeback in the overall standings.
Yeah, day number 1 was full of ups and downs. So we started off with Roy Esports completely dominating it out. Like after the first 2 games, it looked like nobody will be able to touch Raw after the day ends. But then comes a slump. 2 back-to-back games where they were able to just get 2 points overall in those 2 different games. The third game was also not that great. Oh, no, never mind. The third game was still decent because they got that second position with good number of frags in that map of Miramar.
Yeah.
But then again, in the final game, they fell short quite a bit. And all in all, FPG in all of these games, they were performing like 5-6 on an average every game. But the last 2 games where they were able to get those chicken dinners just pumped them up, skyrocketed them up the leaderboard. So this is going to be interesting to see if FPG can continue with the same domination, can continue with the same consistency that they have till now, or will we see some new teams? Because I still very much think ENG, Leo Esports, DRS, even though a little bit lower on the leaderboard, they still can be a threat if they play today properly.
That is true. You've got 6 games in your hands, and 2 solid games can actually propel you all the way in the
Mhm.
top 5. So you never know who's going to be able to claim that first spot still just yet, because Raw, there's only 2 points separating them
Yep.
from the second spot, which is FPG, and then on the third spot is ENG, and I think so. IAD has 57 points, so there's only like 3 points separating them from the first spot. So even Raw is currently in a danger zone. And as I mentioned, the mid pack, as usual, is going to be super fragile. If a team's not able to perform in the mid pack, they will instantly drop down to the lower pack. So they need to make sure that every single game today that's being played, you need to be super consistent. In general, top 5, they've got a solid shot at taking a championship home. But if you're underneath the top 5, well, you got to build up really hard, because every single game's going to count.
Yeah, I mean, the fifth position team, HORAA Esports, had about 48 points to their name. And the team below them were on 37 points. And if you're a sixth position team, the expectations of you getting, like 12 points without a check-in is going to be a little bit less. So that's why I'd say top 5 teams are, for now, comfortably sitting at the spot that they are, considering they're able to perform consistently in the next 6 games. No other team should be given an opportunity to climb back up. But there's a big but in that. All of these teams have to play it out properly. So all these top 5 teams need to end in top 5 in every respective map to make it all the way. But if we talk about the maps, so yeah, there are no changes. We will start off with the map of Erangel, followed by a Miramar game, another Erangel game. The fourth game of the day is going to be the most important one, according to me. Sanhok will set the tone for all the teams trying to get back into the game.
Exactly. And then Miramar and Erangel once again. That's how things are going to be closed off. 6 games in total, ladies and gentlemen. That means 6 chances for you to make a comeback if you're on the latter half of the board, and 6 games for you to claim that first spot. If you're somewhere in the first half, you will also need to try and push yourself as hard as possible, because Raw Esports is one of those teams, their confidence has been looking all-time high. So you cannot really expect it to just drop down like that out of nowhere. They are always going to keep on marching up. Another big name that you brought up a while ago was HORAA Esports. Even this team, yesterday, we clearly saw some signs of brilliance, especially in the game of Sanhok, if I'm not wrong. HORAA Esports was dominating throughout the entire game.
I mean, HORAA Esports, it's not just on the basis of one single game that they're on the 5th spot. They performed good in three different games. 2 of those maps were, a little bit here and there, but the other 3-4 games, they were performing quite good. They were performing quite consistently. You did not see their name coming up too much, because this is a team that gets 7 points, 8 points every game, but that's good enough, because one good game will just propel them up towards the top. 12 points is the difference between Raw Esports and Team HORAA Esports. So both these teams are at an opportunity where one good game could just propel them towards success. Another such team, I'd say, is 4 Raw. Super aggressive. They love to play in terms of those frags. They just love to get those frag eliminations, and that's why you see another team in top 5. That is another team which is still position themselves in top 5. Position points, yes, they will of course make sense if you're able to get more position points. But this is a team that heavily relies upon a number of eliminations.
And one thing also we need to mention over here is that even some of the top teams weren't able to stay consistent at all, including Raw Esports themselves. First 2 games, these guys were super consistent. They got 2 solid back-to-back games. Third game, they were just not able to perform at all. Fourth game, not able to perform. I think it was the 5th game where Raw Esports sort of had a little bit of a good game where they were able to just pin that first spot down. And then later on, once again, we saw a clear drop-off in the performance. So you never know how the games are going to be ending. And yesterday, we saw 2 military-based circle on Erangel itself. So that was something that really caught all of these teams off guard. And I hope the similar type of things are going to be over here too. But hey, you never know. Maybe an urban warfare today. That's something I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, when you see 3 Erangels in a day, you hope, yes. So 3 Erangel, let's keep a target of at least 30 points from these 3 different Erangels. And maybe more, but let's keep a realistic target from these 3 different maps. 10.10 average is a good number to achieve. But then when you drop towards, say, for example, places like Severny, and the zone goes all the way down south, you're like, bro, now what do we do? Getting those 10 points is not going to be easy at all, because most of the teams will be focusing on that military base area. You try to rotate through water, and voila, once again the zone shifts back to the main island. That's what happened in the final game of the day. We started off towards the military base, but essentially it ended somewhere around that city, around that area of farm and Milta, somewhere around that bridge area. So stuff like this happens. You do not expect it. The chances of it happening are very low. But yesterday it did happen. So now the teams will have to be prepared for that. They need to know a rotation. They
Yeah.
need to know how to cross that particular area. Because yesterday I did see two different teams. One was FPG, I believe, in game number 3, and then DRS, who had no idea to rotate. They were trying to swim their way across military base. So these things need to be taken into consideration. Going for a long water rotation is a very, very risky opportunity to take. I hope so. It does not come to that today, but if it does, the teams are at least better prepared than yesterday.
Well, hey, I guess you missed. The game's already started as the plane flat path starting all the way from Primorsk towards the Milta Power side. And considering the plane flat path is heavily tilted on the southern side too, if it is going to be a military-based circle, then teams are not going to have a lot of struggle. Especially Egonic side, they like to drop inside military base itself, so they're definitely not going to have any type of struggle. So one thing is for sure, this plane flat path being completely on the one-sided, I really want to see how the adaptation is going to look like for some of the teams, because some of the teams clearly do like to go towards school, Yasna Poliana, so it's going to be a hell of a ride.
Whew, yeah, that's true. Let's see all these teams drop down, because this time around you again won't have that northern access to yourself in terms of the cities. Rozok, School, I believe there will be teams dropping in that area, but then Severny shooting range, even northern Georgia Pole where teams used to drop in yesterday. These places won't be that easily accessible, so you might need to drop in, get a vehicle, and then rotate, which will consume a lot of time. You also need to keep into your mind where the circle is going to be. Oh, never mind. It's a completely northern circle. So now these teams can maybe go for that early rotation, go towards that Severny area, go towards Rozok, Yasaya. All these places suddenly become accessible. And let's see, maybe we do see a clash around the Potato Hills area, just because you need to get a vehicle. And I believe it is already has started. A1 and B, Raw Esports, all these teams are now fighting it out amongst each other.
Yeah, pretty much. And then we also saw the circle, right? Completely just on the opposite side. This is just cruel by the PUBG gods. They just do not really want these teams to have a comfort zone, huh? So the plane flat path starting all the way from down south, the circle forming completely one-sided, which is the northern side on the opposite side of the plane flat path. And we're already seeing the elimination feed just dance as well. One of the players getting knocked out, Raw Esports. Of course, this is the team to get their hands bloody off the bat. They've managed to get the first man down, and it's the A51 squad too. And we know A51 is one of those teams that is so adamant in taking those early game clashes, that is really good in their firepower as well. But unfortunately, this time, they unluckily just collided against Raw Esports, and especially Sleepy. This man is currently topping the charts when it comes to the MVP.
19 frags overall on just day number 1, averaging around 3 every game. This guy's already started off on a positive note. Got 2 defeat points very early in the game. The confidence has to be booming. Has decent loot as well. I mean, I do not know how did he manage to find that, because what, we're just two and a half minutes into the game. But yeah, that's good for Team Raw. 2 early frags, decent amount of loot. So even if they are forced into taking another fight, they are well and ready. In the meanwhile, AST is trying to take some shots out of the players of Team POC. Right, of CTG. Yesterday was not a great day. This time around, the opening also looks a little bit difficult as Dayubi pinned behind a rock.
AST, they've got no clue that there's one player from the side of POC, and Dayubi is just waiting for the right moment to strike. As soon as anyone just decides to step in that vehicle, he can probably go for that mow down, and that's what he's trying to do. Should be able to find the first knock, right? But no! Dayubi misses that opportunity and also gives his position away in the process. And for AST to know, now they only know there's one player in the front lines. One single utility being tossed onto his target, and maybe that can just be it for POC. Dayubi, but still the utility tosses even from Dayubi isn't really able to find that marker. So at this point in time, you might as well try to just back off if you're Dayubi. This is extra risk that you're rooting for.
But there's no support from the team. I do see Core trying to get in, maybe get a knock, and that he does. That too with an M249. Now that's a long range, that's a very close range weapon. He has been able to get that knock. Slayer now being pushed in the direction. Then here comes the support. POC won this fight. Zio had taken early damage, but now he's just clicking on boosters. Kyla wants to close in, wants to get the job done. Suddenly, the prey become the predator.
Oh, and still just going for the hunt once again. POC, they've got such a big advantage inside the fight. And that too is the man advantage they can rely on. A 4v3 scenario, AST being pinned in that house, in that compound. And Kalehan, he knows there are a couple of players in the house in the front itself, and he does not want to be overeager and push up close and personal instantly. Instead, just wait for the cavalry to arrive and then maybe make the last moment call. But Kalehan still isn't exactly sure how to make the breach inside the compound. Oh, blows up the door too with the bullets. And now finally gets a clear vision on the opposition. What a shot! Turns around, shuts him down, smacks him in the face. INCUS, that's a classic INCUS play for you.
Yeah, even yesterday, this guy had a lot of impact in one of these games. Pulled off a 1v2, a 1v3, and needs to step up again if his team needs to survive. Now, ASC, the remaining two players are trying to rotate off or maybe find a different angle to help him out. Then Kyla down on the ground is going to be a difficult thing to deal with. On the other hand, POC, they're trying to chase the players down. Jaya in the meanwhile gets scored, and the third player also falls. Blunder by the players of Team POC.
What?
And suddenly it's back to the man from who started. It is going to be INCUS, who just might be able to put the final nail in the coffin, as Dayobi does not have a lot of HP to his name.
Oh my god, INCUS! And he actually does too. Puts that final nail in the coffin, and that's it. POC, a team that had the big advantage of the position and also the man advantage, still somehow the table's being flipped against them. AST, solid stuff from them. They pretty much just break free from the deadlock and then eat the Devourers themselves. Wow. Nicely done. Dismantling the enemy team like that. Devouring the Devourers themselves. Solid stuff. ISSL Noob Alliance still towards Milta Power. Another one of those teams is Noob Alliance, and they're still struggling inside the game. Let's hope that they're going to be able to find that sweet comfort zone today.
What a fight that we just saw. Yes, AST do lose a player, but then they've been able to get good number of frags in return. So I think it'll be fine. 4 frags, 3 players still surviving. We have already seen yesterday ENG do something great with just 3 players in the map. They were able to convert that game into chicken. This time around, they have all 4, so that's great for them too. GG2 was Nova Rep now, Aegon XI8, usual drop, military base. Now I've already started to rotate. ISSL Noob Alliance from Milta Power need to find their way inside the zone now. It is a pretty crowded zone towards the southern side. And even towards Yaznaya Polyana, you see a lot of teams trying to rotate, maybe around that Stalber Hill. That might mean that we might have some fights on our hand, Necro.
Pretty much. And look at the right side of the circle too. Stacked up with a lot of team. It's like a splash of colors. You've got Devil X Dragons. You've also got DRS trying to enter from the same fray. Then you've also got Vikings, HORAA Esports. Too many teams in that same direction just accumulated. Really makes me anxious. And then you've got still a couple of teams trying to breach in from the southern side, which is GEUD Gaming. And then you've also got Erangel trying to make it in. Towards Rozhok as well, there's a bit of a cluster of teams. RAW Esports is one of those participants in that. And I'm really scared for all the other teams that are currently towards the Rozhok side, because you do not want to face against RAW Esports. These guys are looking in a red-hot form.
Leo, on the other hand, again, a slow start for them. Maybe just focusing on the loot that they were able to get early on. But yeah, it's just stage when closing in. So not a lot of fights. We did see one of these squads getting wiped out early on and a few frags being thrown in here and there. But other than that, yeah. DRS Gaming towards Stalber, just maybe scouting out the area, making sure that there are no surprises once they finally stop and try to hold a compound. We do also have the players of Team DXD in close proximity. But wait a second, AST is still not done. Now they're taking a fight with the players of Team FPG, and Zeol has already been taken care of. Another player lost for Team FPG. I think it's the first one. But that's not a good start for FPG at all.
Pretty much. Erangel side still towards the school side, scouting through. But finally now you're going to go towards Undergang Slayers, as they did manage to get themselves in a bit of a pickle a while ago. Varu's knocked out, so that's not really good news. Varu getting knocked out like that. Gangsta's still up and alive, and Chari. These two guys have got a massive burden to carry. And well, to
What?
carry that burden, it's not going to be that easy at all. Even A1NB is currently in the receiving fires in the elimination feud. You can clearly see, and Vikings is the one taking a dig against the players of A1 Esports. And A1NB just on a move, do not really want to engage in the fight anymore. They're just trying to back away, run away from the fight.
They just want to play for survival points over here. That's not looking good at all. On the other hand, 4Raw is trying to take out the players of Team Raw Esports, and that's an interesting fight. That could be the fight for the top spot if you're able to eliminate Raw Esports. But by the looks of the kill feed, I believe 4Raw is the one taking the hammer on themselves. It's all down to Ryuk. I do see the 3 players of Team Raw Esports still surviving. Jiggle just with a buggy, maybe another run over. Could be a possibility.
He does.
Out of the vehicle. You get one, but then Zodi is there with the trade. So Raw Esports, I believe they didn't lose the player. Yes, Assassin was completely taken away, but they are still able to take care of Team 4 Raw. 6 eliminations to the name. Raw Esports still in the game.
Raw Esports still looking pretty solid, without a doubt. Zordy sort of getting the trade in time, but then once again, you do see the elimination feed dancing. It's Incus from the side of AST, making a mark on the board. Incus definitely has proven to be a monster, especially against the fight that we saw against POC. A51, one last man, or not exactly the one last man, but still they've got 2 players up and alive. And at this point in time, the only thing the players of A51 really want to do is play for the survival, and that's what they're doing. Trying to accumulate as many points as they can before they get completely eliminated from the game. Vikings in front of us. They have managed to pin down the players of UG. Chari? Oh, that's a big mow down. Luckily enough, Chari backs off from that boat in the last nick of time, so Chari's going to be okay for a while. But for how long can he just stay in that water? That's my question. Soon enough, the wall of death is going to try to flush him out.
Killer. From this spot, he has been able to get 1 frag onto the player of Team GG, so they are out for revenge. They really want to take Killer down from this particular area. He has dropped his smoke and made it look like he wants to escape, but let's see if DRS can get in with the backup. They, of course, are soulless, unaware about the player's position, but D1A8 misses his spray. Whipped a lot of his bullets. Let's see if he can recoup, if he can get that knockout of Soulless. He's trying to damage out the buggy. Soulless try to return fire, but now will try to reset himself. This could have been a big opening if D18 was able to get that knock, Necro.
Oh, GG. GG versus DRS. This is going to be like the Clash of the Titans, or the Clash of the Alpha Titans, if you want to call it. And DRS, they've already managed to find the first one. The man tried to go for an off angle, or at least was trying to be a little bit too aggressive in that corner itself. DRS getting the advantage in that one, shutting down instantly that player from the side of GG. And now DRS, they've got a massive advantage in the fight itself. All DRS needs to do is just play on that same spot that they have gotten, and maybe try and close on up a little bit more towards the centric spot. Things should be good.
Vikings. This team has already started off good. Got 1 frag. Oh, wait a second. In the meanwhile, a team that was eyeing for that top spot, FPG.Global, they've been eliminated out of the game, Necro, without any point. Oh, Chari. A little mixer out of place. Machine was trying his luck. Today is his lucky day. Just connects that bullet, gets that frag. Another point added to VKESS tally. Not a problem for now. Around the shows, they've taken care of Chari, so no more backstabs happening for now. They will just keep their positions over here and wait for the play zone to close in, and after that they'll try to rotate if the zone forces them to. HORAA Esports, they also have a point to their name. Were able to get 1 frag in the meanwhile, so that's also good for them. A51 with just 2, as you said earlier. They're not looking to do any sort of damage. They're just trying to survive over here and wait for the zone to close in.
A51. Still these 2 players in the same compound. Oh, in the far fray, you do see Leo Esports. But are they really going to be a threat? That's the question. These guys have been struggling since the start of the tournament. I mean, you can definitely expect an improvement within those 6 games, but to make a comeback all the way in the first half of the board, at least try and be inside the top 5 from Leo Esports, might sound a little bit too much, but you still never know. You got to be hopeful. Next circle shift's going to be on the board soon, so Let's find out what the circle's going to be, and it's actually going to shift on the left side. A51 find themselves on the lucky side of the bed this time. Leo Esports as well in a solid position. Leo Esports can try and improvise a little bit more and go for the high ground if they want to.
The great thing for Leo is they literally have everything covered. They just need to focus in front. All the fights will happen in front of them. So a lot of third-party frags could be taken down. But wait a second. HORAA, they do want to push on to the players of Team A51. And this is not looking good. They did not have a lot of information. Ram is able to get one knock. But finally, they flood out. They flood out and get that trade. DG19. 1v4 gets one and eliminates him entirely. No backup available for Mafia Ninja. Put in a 1v2. It is doable, considering both the players of Team HORAA are separated. Only if he got that knock on Malik. It could have been a possibility, but HORAA will be able to shut A51 down. They have lost a player, which is not good, but at least they survived.
Pretty much. HORAA Esports coming out on top in that engagement, but AST now, they want to be the next challenger approaching in this compound. They want to make sure that this third party is going to be on the point. Zio has tossed in that Molotov, but look at one more player from AST. Ajaya just creeping and crawling his way against the opponents, wanting to get up close and personal on their faces. And Malik still going for that utility toss position. Compromise, needs to go up against the shotgun, and that's it. AST finds the opening. What? And still Sky's going for the resurrection on No Fear. The players of AST, they've got no clue where the remaining players of HORAA are. The man in the front spotted. Sky finds the opening once again. AST, this might just be the beginning for the end, but no! From the back, it's going to be the players of Leo Esports knocking on the door. And AST, they get that unwanted help. Well, and they're pretty much good inside the game now.
Great job done by AST to realize that the fight that happened earlier on for HORAA did not went their way completely. But how long did that revival take? I mean, it's a 10-second revive, but it felt like eternity. I think that there was a lot more time, or maybe a misclick because of which the revive got cancelled midway, which essentially led to HORAA's elimination, because one player, how much could he do? He draws a lot of utility. He had a lot of utility on his feet. Tried his level best, but was not able to get the job done. In the meanwhile, VIKingxSS get eliminated by a combined effort of DXD and DRS. So another team taking an exit over here. Leo Esports, they needed a good start. They finally have a great zone to work around with. Let's see if they're able to convert it into a great game as well.
Oh. Nade? Overcooked. At least Jiggle should have an idea now what's going on around him. And that too, it's ENG, two Alpha Titans looking forward to clash against each other. Is this clash really going to happen though? ENG, even they're trying to be like the Lions that do want to name this territory, or at least they want to get as much control of this area as they can. And it's a good thing too, right? You might as well try to spread yourself a little bit far apart from each other and try and get as much as land control as possible. That's going to help you in the future so much. But especially when you are surrounded by another team like HORAA Esports, it really gets too tough when you do not even have the information on the enemies at all.
Look at the zone though. Now you really have to fight it out against the players of Team RAW. Because RAW can just crawl their way back inside the zone, but you will be pinched. Or you can just go down the hill, maybe rotate, go for a longer rotation, and I believe that's what ENG is going for, just all the way around, not taking that fight against the players of Team RAW. They have solid cover, RAW, they have a compound, one of the player is holding an off angle, so that's all good. DRS in the meanwhile, with the vehicle, is trying to get some information onto the players of Team DXD, and I believe Sujan has been spotted down. An 8 being cooked, Killer does not care, he just wants to barge in. Sujan, in the meanwhile, will be able to spray the player of DRS down. The nade confirms the knock for sure. But then DXD now in a 3v3. 1-9 wants to retaliate, wants to give some cover fire to his fallen comrade. Sujan needs to get that revive. Mighty is going for a very risky move over here. All out in the open. One nade could just spoil the party for DXD. With that brave decision, I thought would just come out good. But then XMPL lands a nade. Eliminates the player. Mighty outside the blue, this could be hurtful. He is able to get inside the zone on time and will regroup with the team. So DXD, for a second, I thought might have that jump onto the players of Team DRS. But that first knock, that trade knock, and then the nade confirmation did not really go their way.
DRS in front of us, and now they're facing off against the players of Avon Esports or Avon NB. Deadstorm being the last man alive. I'm not gonna lie, for Avon NB, the communication has been an issue for almost 1.5 years now. I've been witnessing this team for a long time, and for Avon NB, the communication has been an issue since then. And still, up till now, it just feels like the issue hasn't been sorted out. I think so they just need someone who's going to be able to make the calls even better. But for now, ENG against the players of HORAA. Jiggle knocked down and instantly finished off. So ENG getting a massive advantage inside the fight itself. Leo Esports too, looking for the third party, looking for to chime inside the fight. But HORAA Esports, they've already lost out on one of the best players that they can have. And Sleepy is still alive. So you can't say that's like a saving grace for them. But Sleepy, he's all the way in the back lines, and even he's pinned down, so Sleepy cannot do anything. Zordy needs to be there for Sleepy's rescue.
Yeah, Sleepy will just drop a smoke and fall back. They have the zone, so unnecessary risk is something that you just should not take. Great job done by him falling back, just playing for survival right now. You know you're on top. In the meanwhile, though, Leo is dishing out good damage. A third party maybe from Falak. Yes, it is Falak who gets that knockout to Nova. And look at where the players of Team Leo are separated from each other, far away from each other. So the revival on Nova is not going to be easy at all. For ENG, Crypto is down, and I believe they've just given up on him. ENG will be just carrying forward with only 2 players surviving in this game. They are desperately trying to find that frag out to Nova, who has been given a smoke wall to cross, and maybe now Haitami is going in for a revival inside the smoke. Will try to just test his luck.
Oh my god,
what a nade! Who threw it? It's the remaining players of Team Leo. They want to take the duel. They want to be in a 2v2 battle. And on the other hand, DRS gets pounced upon by the players of Team DXD, but it seems like everything is under control for DRS. Oh, never mind. It's only one player surviving. He's tossing a lot of mollies over here, but then the nade from DXD would just take out the players of Team DRS. It's DRS out of the game.
DRS taken out of the game. DXD, they've still got a couple of more issues on lineup so far. The position that the players of DXD have, it's quite risky. They're in between of 2 teams, and that too, when DXD, they are going to try to make it inside the circle. The problems are just going to keep on stacking on top of each other. And Suki gets the resurrection on the fallen player. AST in the back lines, they should be okay too. But as soon as Suki gets this res that I'm talking about, then problems are going to even increase for DXD. Because those 2 guys can definitely try to be the guardian angels of the edge lines. ENG in front of us. And speaking of this team, they have currently managed to sort of suppress the players of Leo Esports at least for a couple of more seconds. Because Leo isn't really trying to make a move on top of them. But ENG has to be the one to make a move against the players of Leo Esports because they need to squeeze themselves in the safe zone, which can be a tough and a daunting task. But one of the players on the side of ENG, he does have the off angle. GG and DXD, the battle continues. As I mentioned, as soon as Suki gets the resurrection onto the fallen comrade, these guys are trying to be the guardian angels and pretty much try to hold the opponent's players off at bay.
Oh, kill feed once again. Just showing that the players of Team ENG XI8 are in a misery. They were already reduced to just 2, and now I believe it's only a solo player surviving. That too against Leo, I don't think so that is going to last for long. Royce puts on the other hand, Zodi and Sleepy slowly and steadily making their way inside the zone. Plus, they have a lot of vegetation around them, a lot of trees to work with.
Vegetation.
I believe they will. Yeah, there's a lot of grass there, man. A lot of grass, a lot of bushes. What do I call it? It's just vegetation for me. But they just are snakes in the grass surviving. Malaboy attracting a lot of attention towards him, a lot of shots being thrown at that particular player. Suki falls. AST is still in action. Incus has been able to deliver another knock. And yeah, AST is looking good. I believe Suki will be completely eliminated. But then, Incus, he did not know about the players of Team DXD. Nobody will be able to spray him down.
Yeah, big blunder from Incus indeed. Getting up close and personal and then getting knocked out. This is what you call the hunger for the elimination, and that's something that really cost him his life. He was too greedy in getting the elimination point claimed, and now DXD out and over, they might as well just bring back to life. Incus is trying his best to back away, get the resurrection up, but might be a tough pill to swallow for the players of AST. because maybe INCUS can be shut down right here, right now. AST, they've got their own problems to deal with as well, because on the sidelines, even Leo Esports is now starting to be a big problem. DXD looking forward to make that pounce against the players of AST. So many confusing things happening.
Ooh, let's see, man. INCUS is still not getting that revival, I believe. Nobody in the meanwhile has been able to eliminate the squad of Team GG. That nade landed perfectly onto his opponents. Zio tossing utility left and right. Spots down the player of DXD. Mighty in trouble. One more bullet might just do the job, but he survives. Final pixel not found. In the meanwhile, nobody... What is he doing? All out in the open. Mighty is essentially able to trade him out. But then AST, I think the job is done. You are at the edge of the zone. Should not be a problem getting inside. In the meanwhile, nobody will attract a lot of attention. Nades being cooked. INCUS has 6 nades. I don't think so this revival is going to come through. And it won't, because INCUS just lands the first one. Says Kobe, tosses it out, eliminates 2 different players.
Pretty much. INCUS, I mean, this deadly force is back upon his feet once again, so what do you expect? He's just wrecking havoc in the lobby so far. AST looking so good and so informed, but now Malapoi's position compromised as well, and from the back it's going to be a stab from INCUS to shut the man down, the last remaining man from DXD. Devilix Dragon down and dusted as we shift on forward towards the players of Leo Esports now. And Leo, the summer down line, do know that in the front lines are the players of AST, and just like that, even ENG has been eliminated. Leo Esports out and over. This sudden shift in the playstyle, I'm just loving it. Leo Esports, good adaptation from them. And it just feels like yesterday, the downfall that we saw from Leo Esports has really affected them. And now they have came over here to show their perfect gameplay. And this is the Leo Esports that we've known in the past as well. If Leo Esports does manage to establish this comeback, I'm not going to be surprised, because this is what you expect from Leo Esports. Raw Esports being eliminated with 8 elimination points. That's a solid outing from Raw Esports too. So you can't say that consistency is still on the board.
Yeah, but I believe we just cast a curse, Leo. Necro. They just lost a player. Yetauta had a really good angle onto one of the opponent. But then he just got spotted down, and now Noah being sprayed upon. No cover to work with. Now pinned behind the rock, and I believe outside. So Leo will be losing another player if that's the case. Oh, never mind. He is still inside the zone, but 4 nades for INCUS. With the accuracy in terms of throwable utility that INCUS has, I don't think so Noah is going to survive for long. That smoke will only help INCUS and give him that false sense of security to toss a few nades maybe. But that's not the case. He just falls back. Look at that though. He has 9 frags himself. His team has 14 frags. It will be a very big chicken if they're able to get this.
Yeah, AST definitely aiming for that nuclear game here. 14 eliminations wrapped up so far. Going for that 15, maybe 16. But yeah, AST, if they do manage to get this one, this is going to be a big propel for themselves in the overall standings, because even AST, they were not really in that much of a solid spot. Leo Esports, Nova trying to create that off angle. But right now, Noah's main concern should be to make it inside the safe zone. Leo Esports looking forward to make the moves. And the players now spotted out too. AST losing out on a couple of players themselves. INCUS knocked out. It's all down to Ajaya now from the side of AST. Leo, they've got 2 players up and alive. Ajaya trying his best to play as safe and sound as possible. And AST, this might just be it. And yes,
Great
it is.
Job.
Leo Esports, that push they made on the time. Perfectly done, especially the man who was pinned behind the rock. Even he chimed in, shut down INCUS at the right moment. Everything just went so according to the plan. Leo Esports, solid stuff. That push was mainly made to let that player who was pinned behind the rock activate himself. And that's what exactly happened. As soon as the push was made, every single player from AST was just focused on that push. And that's where the man behind the rock just came back to life.
Wow, what a game by the players of Team Leo. Perfectly played. The vehicle sound, I believe, made INCUS turn towards the vehicle. That's the exact point when the player of Team Leo just turned over onto the players of Team AST. Perfect timing, perfect knock. The trade was also there. And now in a 1v2 situation, 2 different angles to play with. Yeah, that's never a good thing for your opponent. So AST just pinched down in a hole. Couldn't survive a 1v2. perfectly done by the players of Team Leo, and a much needed chicken necro, because this is the team we were talking heavily about, highly about, and finally they deliver. They get a chicken in the very first game of the day, set the tone right.
Oh, what a game that was. AST, though, you got to give it to them. AST and Leo Esports, both of them. But ladies and gentlemen, as you guys all know their tradition, now it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And yes, Leo Esports just, I guess, rising back up from the slumbers, because Leo Esports, this was a comeback that we all sort of wanted to see, and finally we're seeing this comeback from them. We knew somewhere down the line that what Leo Esports is capable of, and they were just not really able to perform to the fullest potential. But I'm loving this rise up from them.
Yeah, that's true, Leo. They performed perfectly as per our expectations. We had some expectations on day number 1, but finally they're able to perform on day number 2, and it's all fine. It's all good. If they can make a comeback, get back into top 3, no more complaints for Leo. But that's a good start. That's a good start. They got, what, 8 or 9 eliminations overall. Add 10 points in terms of the chicken dinner. 18, 19 points is not a bad game at all. On the other hand, though, even Raw, they had a decent start. They had good number of frags early on. But then in the mid game, they started losing players. They only had 2 towards that end circle where it was just Sleepy who was trying to survive, got naded out, but still ended up on that 3rd spot. And they also had decent number of frags.
8 eliminations.
So good game for them too. But then AST, bro, just dropped a nuke. They had Incus had 9 frags himself, just solo. 14 for the entire team. I guess 15 because that final nade also got a frag onto Liquid towards the end. So AST also played brilliantly. We will see AST jumping up a little bit up in the overall standings as well. And a great job done by all the other teams as well. DRS, another name that I almost forgot. DRS also had a good game. They had 5 or 6 frags, were in top 7 or 8. So they got, what, 3-4 points from position, 5-6 points, 8-9 points. Not a bad game at all for a team on the 13th spot. So they will be moving forward. They will be getting some extra points because of this game. They are trying to get that comeback happening.
Man, but I'm not gonna lie, what Incus just pulled off over there was miraculous. And let me tell you something about Incus in the past as well, because Incus is a man that I have been following for a long time. Yes, back in the day, his team was completely different. Now it's completely different. A lot of these individual players are quite separated out this time. They're quite spread out in different teams. And that's actually helping some of these players, and some of these players are not even able to perform because of that. But Incus over here in the AST lineup, at least in this previous game, he was able to shine up to the fullest potential, getting those massive elimination points wrapped up. Also the 2nd spot in the previous game. That's going to propel AST in a solid spot in the overall standings, without a doubt. Maybe in the first half of the board, somewhere closer to top 5 as well. So AST now, even they themselves have a solid chance at winning the championship, but they just need to have the consistency up. If they get another big game in the upcoming game in Miramar, you might as well just count them in as the champions.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if they're able to get a great game, as you said, they just might be able to run away with the trophy. But still, we will have to witness that game of Miramar, the land of DMRs and snipers, as I love to say it. But before that, we will have some statistics for you: MVP, overall standings, everything. I think you guys already know the drill.
Of course, it's going to be
That
in
that
cuss.
that's something. Yeah, that's something we will go through. But yeah, it is going to be a fun Miramar game. But yeah, just before that, let's have a look at which player had the most impact. I believe it's Inkas. There shouldn't be any doubt about
Of
that.
course.
9 frags is what this guy had, and he just obliterated everyone in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, this man was on a mission, getting 1,335 damage wrapped up with 9 eliminations, an assist of 3. This man managed to get the survival time of 26:56 and 7 knockouts secured too. In Gus, a monstrous play indeed, with so much damage wrapped up. This man single-handedly was just carrying his team on the back without a doubt. But then another couple of teams that we saw trying their best to perform in the entire lineup was also HORAA Esports that you brought their name up. I mean, they did have 8 elimination points at the end of the day, and also they managed to get eliminated on the 3rd spot, if I'm not wrong. So that's a decent amount of points considering you're still on the first half of the board, and all you needed to do was just keep yourself consistent and pin down to the 1st spot. So I guess HORAA Esports, they've successfully done that. And as we move on forward towards the top 5 players, you're going to see Sleepy there too with 4 eliminations. Then Zio from AST there too with 3. You're going to see Ajaya from AST and Noah from Leo Esports.
Yeah, great performance by all of these teams, because they essentially ended in the top 4, top 3 teams. So we expected them to be here. Nobody is challenging Incus in this very first game. Sleepy, we do see 4 frags, but I guess 2 or 3 of them were very early on. So it was just on the basis of him having a better weapon. But yeah, will work out for HORAA Esports. AST, the number of frags were just too good. They have been able to topple down Leo Esports in the match ranking over here, 21 points to their name. Leo has 18, Raw following them with 13 points.
Oh man, I mean the match rankings, even though as I mentioned, Leo Esports winning that game, it's not going to matter. AST just dropped a massive nuke on the map, and that's why they are currently at the top as well, just leading the chart. HORAA Esports, 13 points, as I mentioned. This is not bad at all. You're on the 1st spot already. All you need to do is pin that 1st spot down, and these type of consistent games are definitely going to help you to pin that spot down. But as we do move on forward towards the latter half of the board, this is where you're going to see some upsets. FPG, a team that yesterday had the ball rolling in their court, and we thought that maybe today as well the momentum's going to transfer over. But no, instead, that's not the case. They got eliminated completely with 0 points. And then the same thing can be said for US, and the same thing can be said for the side of Noob Alliance. These 3 teams managed to get no points in that previous game. But as we all know, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming game is going to be the game of Miramar. Maybe it can be a big start for FPG, because that's what they're probably going to be looking for. And one thing is for sure, ENG has toppled them over in the overall standings.
Oh, that's going to be interesting to see if ENG have moved up, because they had good points, right? Like what,
They
5 or
had
6 points?
FPG, they only had 58 points when we started the day. ENG had 57. ENG all they needed were 2 or 3 points. So that's easily a topple over. So ENG once again is going to be back on the spot they were. And FPG is going to be pushed down to either the 3rd spot or the 4th spot. So this might just be a really tough pill to swallow for FPG.
Yeah, not the best possible start for FPG. But then again, they picked up momentum on the last 2 games yesterday too. I mean, if that's the pattern they're going for, then the next 2 games are going to be somewhere in between for FPG. But hopefully they perform a little bit better. I'm more excited to see the difference between the 1st and the 2nd team, because even now Raw had a great game, 13 points to their name. That's not bad at all. So how many points did ENG were behind? I believe 8. That number is just going to increase. It still should be around a 20-point deficit for ENG to achieve in the next few games. So not going to be easy at all. Maybe just look at where the players of Team HORAA Esports are dropping. Go ahead for a drop clash and then try to eliminate them. Maybe a targeted drop, stuff like that. But I don't think so that'll happen. Both these teams are just going to play their natural game, their usual game, and try to win it out fair and square.
I mean, once again, as long as you're going to keep yourself in the top 5, that's all that matters. But you know what? Enough speculations. Let's move on forward and take a look at the overall standings, because that's going to be breaking the ice quite a bit. As we do move on towards the overall standings, FPG, they've lost out in that 2nd spot, and instead they're going to move down to that 3rd spot. As I mentioned, as long as you're going to be in the top 5, that's all that's going to matter. Because imagine if you keep yourself consistent in the upcoming 5 games, you should be good to go. You will have the championship in your hands. Because one thing is for sure, RAW Esports will have at least one or the other game, which is going to be a massive slip up, so you can't try and capitalize onto that. But look at AST, a big leap in the overall standings. 4 position jump. The same thing is there from Leo Esports as well, and now even these guys are back in the race for the championship.
Yeah, AST, Leo, both these teams had great performance in the previous game. Both of them jumping 4 spots up. So 10th and 11th is what they were earlier at, 6th and 7th right now. Good job done by them. Let's see if they can hold on to the number of points that they got in the previous game. Can they increase it? That's going to be the big question. For Raw also had a decent game. 55 points is where they are at. 15 more points to try and get that first spot. Not going to be easy at all. DXD, another team that we did not talk a lot about, but they got like 8 points, I believe, from the previous game. So that's also a great thing for DXD. Helps them to climb a little bit up in the overall leaderboard, but still 11th position, a lot of work is to be done.
That is true. That is super true. But now, speaking about the teams that are all the way on the 14th, 15th, and 16th spot, for them, you might as well say that things are done. Things are done. You cannot make it that much of a big comeback in just remaining 5 games, unless if you're going to have all 5 games like a massive game, then maybe there's a chance that you can probably make a comeback, which is next to impossible to expect, because you need to also speak with the stats and the facts, and the facts pretty much say that these 3 teams can be out of the race pretty much, including DRS Gaming as well, and maybe you might as well try to count A1NB, because the latter half of the board, now the chances are even slimmer.
Sub 30 is something you cannot afford to be after 7 games are over, and that's where all of these teams fall. Like 28 points for A1NB, a lot of expectations from them, but they're not able to perform accordingly. DRS, once again, they do have good number of frag points, but then if you do not balance it out with placement points, you will be on the later half. So that's something that they need to work on. The next game is going to be on the map of Miramar, which is going to be important for a lot of teams. But let's see, top 5 is where my eyes are right now. All those 5 teams need to perform to the fullest.
That is true. Top 5 should be the way to go. FPG is currently on the 3rd spot, but they're not too separated from getting eliminated from that top 5 spot. So this upcoming game in Miramar has to be a solid performance. Imagine the amount of pressure these teams are going to be having inside this upcoming game in Miramar, because this is going to be the dictator of the pace for the upcoming maps. So this game of Miramar is going to be a game changer. Leo needs another solid game. AST needs another solid game in order for them to breach inside the top 5, which is not impossible at all. As I mentioned a while ago too, Raw Esports, one thing is for sure, no matter how consistent you try to be, there's always going to be that one single game or 2 games might as well where you're not going to be able to perform, and that's where the teams that are right underneath you can try and capitalize instantly and maybe take over that first spot, because that's what ENG are looking forward to do. And this upcoming game of Miramar is something ENG will definitely try to capitalize on, because IAD has been known for their Miramar games a lot of the times in the past as well.
Yeah, their gunpowder is just too good to deal with on this particular map. They know how to use those ridges perfectly. Plus the drop location that they go for, I mean, Los Leones, that city is filled with tier 1 loot. They always come out with level 3 gear. They always come out with the perfect utility with their preferred weapons. So I mean, stopping Aegon after that is a little bit tough, but then again, in yesterday's day, the plane path was not their friend. I mean, it was very far away. Aegon was struggling in terms of the rotation, because they had to travel like 25 to 3,000 meters away from the plane path to get to their drop location. It took a good about 3 minutes, and they had to look very quickly. So some things were not going their way. Hopefully, this map of Miramar is a little bit better, so that we can see a tough competition between the top 2 teams.
Indeed. I mean, this Miramar is definitely going to be a tough competition without a doubt, because as I mentioned a while ago, 2 neat teams are once again back in the race. Even on the latter half of the board, there are still those 3 teams who are looking forward to grab that opportunity, including DRS. Now, even DRS do have a solid shot at the championship. If they do win this upcoming game, if they do get this chicken dinner in the upcoming game, then DRS can instantly propel themselves in the 6th spot. That's what I'm saying, in the 6th spot. So DRS, they need this game of Miramar. All the other teams, they're going to be in a massive pressure, but as I said, from teams that are on the 12th to the 16th, they can have a chance to play the spoiler. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as the next game loads up on the screen. The plane flap hat starts in between Impala and Puerto Paraiso towards all the way opposite side, which is going to be down south. Now, I really want to see this plain flat path, considering it's completely towards the southern side. It's going to catch a couple of these teams off guard. And plain flat path completely on one side, that means it's going to be a hell of a stretch for a lot of the teams that likes to go all the way towards El Pozo, El Azahar, Hacienda del Patron, maybe even San Martin. Man, it's going to be a tough one.
Well, certainly it's going to be a tough one, Neeraj, because all those teams, like you said, who likes dropping in towards the side of Campo Militar, La Cooperaria, they have a very long journey ahead. And in the map of Miramar, well, it's certainly very difficult. But on this side of Leos, like Fritz was telling, they like dropping in towards Los Leones. So I think they are going to be pretty happy.
Pretty much. And then, as Aegon Exide, as you mentioned a while ago, too, dropping towards Los Angeles, no issues over there. POC, a drop collision against the players of ISSL, Noob Alliance in Puerto Paraiso. Don't get me wrong, Puerto Paraiso is a big city, but still, there's a chance these two teams can actually lock horns, and I want to see them lock horns, because it's been a while since I've seen that early collision. And as you see those, that's something that really gets me riled up. A1NB dropping inside the Los Leones 2, dropping against the players of Aegon Exide. I'm not sure how good of a choice this is going to be, but as I mentioned, teams from 12th to 16th spot, they do have a chance to play the spoiler, because you might as well try to count yourself out of the championship.
Well, speaking of spoiler, you were mentioning about DRS as well, that this game is very crucial for the players of DRS. They have to perform really good if they want to come in top 5. But looking at the stats, yesterday on day number 1 in the map of Miramar, well, DRS managed to get only 5 and 2 points. So chances are really slim. If they have worked on their weakness, maybe this can be a good game, because DRS in rotation, they're already ahead of so many teams. They can already occupy a very golden spot in this circle.
They indeed can. And especially when DRS is actually moving towards San Martin. As you mentioned, they can be a little bit more proactive. They can get a better spot inside the circle, and they can start off with a great loot in order to, if they do want to make sure that they're holding off a couple of teams, they can have a head start. But I just really want to see that drop collision that's currently happening towards Los Leones and even Puerto Paraiso, because if A1NB gets eliminated off the bat just like that against the players of Aegon Exide, which the chances are highly likely, then this is going to be a massive heartbreaker for the fans.
Well, it is certainly going to be, and looking at the position of POC in the overall ranking, right now they are at the bottom. Even ISL Noob Alliance, they are also at the right bottom on the 16th spot. So this game is very important. Maybe we can see either of these teams backing off from a fight, because elimination at the 16th spot is something none of them want right now. And for now, I can already see the IUB going for a vehicle, and maybe he'll try to go on an uphill angle and provide as much information to his teammates as much he can.
POC, I mean, prioritizing the loot, I like that. ISSL Noob Alliance, same thing can be said for them, but Noob Alliance does not really have a lot of buildings underneath their control. So you can, somewhere down the line, maybe say that the loot can be a little bit low. But I like the fact that POC, what they're doing, 2 players inside the city, 2 players on top of the hill. They're pretty much trying to make sure that the opponents are going to be in a deadlock. And once that deadlock is there, maybe the execution can follow up too. A1NB, they're dropped inside Los Leones, right against the players of Aegon XI8. But considering Los Leones is a really massive city, I still remember inside, back in the day when Los Leones, drop collision used to be a thing. 3 teams used to drop inside Los Leones. So 3 teams without even locking horns, they can move peacefully. That's how big Los Leones is. Before now, Noob Alliance in heavy fire. POC could have had the opportunity to get the first knockout, but unfortunately the shots were missed.
Shots were missed, at the same time the location has also been compromised. The flank angle which the IUB was trying to create has already been revealed to the players of Noob Alliance, and now Dayubi, well, he has to reposition himself, otherwise he'll be coming under heavy fire from the side of IS Noob Alliance. And looks like POC, they're already backing off from this fight, because I can see the remaining players also trying to reposition themselves. So kind of a deadlock situation which you were talking about. But speaking of Core, his position has not been compromised, and he can be that cheeky player to take down one of the player from the side of ISSL, who is already on a very low HP.
ISSL. Oh no, moving vehicle spotted. Totter knocked out. This can be an easy confirmation. No issues onto that regards. Totter's position compromised. The confirmations followed up as well. No issues. Core is one of those players definitely to be feared. And POC being able to find that first blood definitely helps them quite a lot for the future maneuvers inside this fight. Lucifer is up close and personal. He can definitely be a massive threat because Core's left side is quite exposed, and that's when the sidelines where Lucifer is holding really does chime in. If Lucifer is able to spot that little bit of a back, that might just be it for Core. POC, presence of mind is something that's going to matter quite a lot. And for now, one of the players from the side of Noob Alliance is actually trying to wrap it around all the way from the back lines on the top. You can see Mamatha. So hopefully POC is going to be able to know that what exactly Noob Alliance is trying to establish here.
Looks like POC, they don't want to take any sort of chance, and they are already migrating towards the circle because even the circle is quite few meters away from them. So prioritizing the circle at this point is something which POC players are right now focusing on after getting that one defeat point. And on the other side, ISS, they also need to look out for the vehicles because the rotation and the journey inside the circle is not going to be so easy at all. But the gate case scenario is something that Noob Alliance also need to consider.
FPG, a team that is currently on the 3rd spot in the overall standings. The previous game, they were able to get none. Now, maybe inside this game, they can get a couple of more points. As I mentioned, consistency is the key to go. 5 more games in your hands. Even if you do manage to get, like 11 points every single game, that can actually make you the champions. Unless Raw is able to get a chicken dinner, then yes, that can be a whole nother story. But still, staying consistent should be the way to go for FPG because they've already lost out on the first game, but still they're in the top 5. They're in the 3rd spot. That's something that can be a big sigh of relief for them.
Let's see if that's gonna happen or not. But speaking of one team that tends to perform really well in the map of Miramar is going to be the players of Raw Esports. Even in the last season of PMPL, Raw Esports impressed me the most the way they approached the map of Miramar. And yesterday also they managed to, I think, get a chicken dinner in the very first Miramar and come on the 2nd spot in the 2nd Miramar. So yeah, this is definitely a very strong map for Raw. On the other side, speaking of Vikings, well, they are playing in a very segregated manner in a split position. But for the players of DRS, I'm really shocked to see DRS on the 2nd page. They are somewhere near the bottom of the leaderboard. So let's see if they can try and get some good points in this one.
Oh, next circle is going to be on the board soon, and it's going to shift towards Cruisedale Valley. Interesting shift. FPG being the proactive ones, trying to get the prime control in their hands, and they've actually managed to do so as well. So they've got the best compound they can ask for. The prime positionings in their hand. If they want, they can try to be the griefers and try and hold off a couple of teams that might just try to rotate in the better spot, or at least rotate towards the centric spot of the circle. That's what FPG can try to do, but so far, FPG, they're just prioritizing in a better spot, which is understandable too. The DRS as well doing the same thing. It's like a massive wave of vehicle just trying to breach inside from the southern side, and soon enough we're going to see a lot of fights, that's for sure. A1NB might just be in a big threat because they're moving towards a dangerous spot.
Oh, certainly they are, and so many rotations are also coming from the southern eastern side. The possibility of third party also tends to increase, but looking at the team of Sky HORAA, they are already going for a very good rotation from the northern end, from the side of Torre Emuda. They can already try and have a dominant control of the northern end of the circle. But speaking of Vikings also, they have managed to find a good compound, but they need to be careful of a team also lingering nearby. But Rex has spotted down the enemies, and looks like one of the player of A1B1 is already on a very low HP.
Yeah, 9. Kenani is just pinned in the open. A1NB, once again, the problems continue. Not good. I told you, the spot they're moving to is quite risky, especially when you've got so many teams approaching it from that same spot. And that compound is not that good as well. It's not something that's going to give you the prime control, but it's something that can definitely sail your boat. So I guess as long as that's happening, you should be good. Wind is currently in the sails of ENG as they're taking a dig against the players of HORAA Esports, and they're also getting the advantage in that fight. Sleepy is knocked out for now. Sleepy is one of the prime men for the side of ENG, but then you can also see in the elimination feed, there's also a third party from POC. Man, there's so many fights happening.
And ENG, the players are losing those fights. Even the players of HORAA Esports had managed to see that 2 players of HORAA Esports have already been knocked down, and looks like Jiggle, he has been confirmed. So HORAA Esports is also not in the best of the position right now. But speaking of Leo Esports, yes, they do have a good compound to their name, and I don't see any threat nearby, but can't say the same thing for the players of HORAA, as Assassin with a grenade is trying to find a knock onto Falak. A retaliation grenade also coming in, and Assassin going for the close frontal battle. Looks like he's going to take down Falak, but before that, IQ comes in with a DBS right in the face and marks an end for HORAA Esports in this game.
Yeah, HORAA Esports, the table toppers, toppled off from this game. ENG is the one to actually put that nail in the coffin too, even though POC was going for that third party from the back. Man, ENG, they've definitely managed to conquer a massive monster inside this game, but let's see how this momentum is going to be carrying on forward. Because ENG, future lights can be quite scattery, considering they're still hugging the blue zone. ISSL Noob Alliance is way too close and personal, but these can be the elimination points that ENG can't try to grab onto. And you can see that's what ENG are trying to do as well. They do know the players that have just entered inside the blue, or entered from the blue itself, they're going to be quite chipped up.
Oh yes, they are taking a lot of damage from the blue, and Falak of ENG with the Mini 14 has managed to take down one of the player on the other side. AST, they have a job to do. They have to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. Slayer is also keeping a close eye onto ISSL, and looks like Zeo from AST has managed to take down one player, and even the blue is also coming in. Looks like a very bad situation for the players of Noob Alliance, as Slayer with a vehicle is already closing in the distance where the rescue mission is going on. This is not the position where the players of ISSL wants to be in. One grenade will mark the end of both the players.
Oh, utility. So close. Jimmy so low. And Mamata now just trying to back away. ISSL Noob Alliance. They've been pinned down by the players of AST, and AST, they've proved themselves in the previous game, especially in Cuss. This man is not a man to mess around with. He managed to get 9 elimination points all by himself, so AST right now, you can't say the momentum, the wind is in their sails, and they're definitely looking forward to get the advantage of it. And they're trying to make the most out of it too. Trying to get up close and personal against the players of ISSL Noob Alliance, and when a team plays so defensive, you clearly know that team does not really have a lot of confidence in the fight itself, especially when you're controlling the entire terrain too. It makes a lot of sense. You should show that confidence in the fight. 2 players trying to get up close and personal, but the blue is also dealing so much damage, so you're going to be chipped up quite a lot. AST, you might as well try to prioritize the positioning inside the play zone better, instead going for this fight, because this fight can be yours anytime. The play zone is something that you need to prioritize. AST finally finding that knockout, going for the second blow too, but no, unfortunately, losing out on their own player, or almost losing out on that player, but already the damage is done. The damage has been dealt. Noob Alliance eliminated from the game, but AST, they're wasting so much time, and they're also getting chipped up by the blue zone.
Well, they have to revive their fallen teammates as soon as possible and heal themselves. On the other side of the map, I did manage to see that POC and ENG were also locking horns with each other, where the players of ENG have already been dealt with. Even the players of DRS are also falling down, thanks to the players of UG. FPG also right in the center of the circle is locking horns with the players of GG. Lot of utility has been invested, but Zeol is having that cheeky angle. He can go for the flanks and try and take down at least one player from the side of GG, but DRS on the other side, DI868, still holding on to his angle, as the players of UG are trying to back away from this fight.
DRS, once again, I mean, they have managed to get the advantage against the players of UG. XMPL knocked out. A big blow to the players of DRS. This can blow off their ego right here. XMPL needs to be back upon his feet. DRS, all the players on the back lines trying to provide that cover. XMPL, oh, he's barely alive and eventually he bleeds to his own death. DRS, they've lost out on a diamond. And soon enough, that's going to sting them in the future. XMPL not inside the game anymore. And DRS, these guys will need to try and disengage from this fight because Undergang Slayers currently, it does seem like they're in the driver's seat of things. Killer VIT's way too far away from this fight. Maybe he's trying to make an off angle, but I highly doubt it's going to be worth it.
And even ENG, they have been eliminated after getting 6 eliminations on the 14th spot. Now we have 13 teams, 46 players remaining. Undergang Slayers having only 2 players out of 2. 1 player already dealt with. And DRS fighting from the blue. Gangster ASL. Well, he's trying to make a safe escape from this position. And so the players of DRS, because they are already getting the damage from the blue. And only 2 players remaining from this side. At this point, they need to prioritize the circle, already going from a southern rotation, and they might already walk in towards another team, but looks like they are looking for the confirmation point onto the players of UG, where Gangster is still hiding, but looks like he has been spotted down. And with the DBS in his hand, it's a 1v2 situation. Gives a lot of damage to one of the player of DRS, takes him down, but a good cover fire also coming in. And with that, Undergang Slayers has also been eliminated on the 13th spot.
Undergang Slayer bites the dust. DRS get the full-fledged control of that fight. Nicely done. GEUD Gaming in front of us. All the 4 players looking pretty healthy, and also they've got a solid position to play with. HORAA Esports in the previous game. Unfortunately, things slipped out of their hands quite a bit. Oh, head was spotted, but not able to capitalize onto that. It's completely fine though, Souls. He does exactly know where the players of HORAA Esports are. Another way too close call. No Fear is able to just sneak away in the nick of time. GG, this is one of those teams that has never shied away from the fights, even though they're not doing too good in this PMCO. And with this, you can only take one thing. GG is here to gain that experience. They're here to gain that momentum from this tournament. And this is what you need to do if you're one of the new teams inside the competition. Play the tournaments to gain the experience, because you know you're not at the level of the other teams who are known, who have already been participating inside the competition for a long time. And I would say GG, they've been doing quite okay in their firefights. I like their stances. The problem is the communication, which is something that can be worked upon as time passes by.
Let's see if they can work on it, as the next circle right now is going to take a shift, and the circle is favoring the players of Vikings a lot, even to some extent favoring the players of 4RAW, who are on the eastern edge of the circle. HORAA also trying to make their way, migrate inside the circle. On the southern end is where I'm concerned. So many teams are present over there. The possibility of third party will also tend to increase. But right now, DRS Gaming Nepal, Killer YT, well, he's having a little bit of the trouble with his vehicle. And speaking of Killer YT, he impressed me a lot last year in PMPL with his performance. But this season of PMCO looks like he's completely missing out. On the other side, Ryuk from the side of RAW with the mini tap-tap shots is dishing out a lot of damage to the players of POC.
RAW? 4RAW is one of those teams that has astonished me personally. Let's see what they can do. And this is a team that is currently in the top 5 too, so this team is a walking threat for a lot of the teams. 4RAW, a team that cannot be underestimated. Let's see what the play has for them, because soon enough, things are going to be even more tougher. A51 on our screens. For them, all the players are alive, so you can't say that's a good thing. Another team that is looking forward to get the experience underneath their belts. POC loses out on the first man. Kale knocked out. Confirmation is going to be tough to follow up, because once again, you do not really have the sight lines onto that team, but the utilities are just dealing that constant damage. And that's something that's really keeping the players of POC on that bay. Another utility tossed in, and that's tossed into perfection as well. Core knocked out. POC on the verge of getting eliminated, probably. Fago's the only man who's called for the resurrection, and he's also getting pounced on by this DBS. Random stands through the smoke. Once again, Renock follows up, and Concha, a beautiful push on the time. One more man to go in the name of Dayubi. What can he do? POC, one last glimmer of hope alive, and that's it. Concha single-handedly 1v4s that team. POC They have been dismantled by this one single guy.
There was a lot of communication error in the players of POC. We'll come back to that, but right now we have FPG also going up against the players of Leos, where Uta with a grenade takes on one player, and Bia also goes down. And with that, looks like FPG, they have also been eliminated on the 10th spot, and Leos, well, they get 4 elimination points as well. On the other side, the players of HORAA are also coming under heavy fire from the side of 4RAW, and Malik behind that vehicle is trying to find some opening through those grenades. Let's see if he can manage. And yes, he does. Takes down Rock. Buys enough time to go for the rescue mission onto his fallen teammate. And Sky also closing on the distance, looking for the confirmation point onto Rock with his utilities.
Oh man, the util barrage that's there currently onto these guys. It's crazy. Rogue being found, and then the constant barrage as well. The damage just keeps on flowing up. A good knock, though. 4RAW tried their best to fight back, but it's HORAA Esports for you. They're not going to be that easy to deal with. 4RAW has been eliminated. The consistency has clearly dropped off from 4RAW. Even yesterday, we did not really see towards the end of the day 4RAW popping off, so that's a big issue for them. HORAA Esports, though, they're here to claim that first spot, and they're clearly playing like the champs they are as well. No Fear was the only casualty from that fight, but look at VikingxSS slipping under the radar. So far, these guys haven't engaged in a single fight.
Yeah, they are being a little silent. And for now, speaking of the players of HORAA Esports as well, they've already cleared the entirety of the eastern side of the circle. Speaking of A51, they have the southern compound control, and GG. They managed to eliminate the players of Leo Esports, getting 2 defeat points as well. And Vikings could be the next target as the Molotov goes in, but no connection whatsoever. The players of Vikings are for now safe, but there is a possibility of third party also happening. But THD Mighty takes down one player from the side of A1 and B1.
Oh no. DXD, Devil X Dragons going up against the players of Avon Esports up close and personal. And they're just getting eliminated like that. Oh, this is so tough for them. And then GEUD Gaming 2 getting shot at. Oh no, from the far fray. It's the players of HORAA Esports. Farhad knocked out on the verge of getting eliminated too. HORAA Esports, they're quite desperate to claim this elimination point. Farhad squeezes himself behind that tree. But eventually the resurrection should be there too, because the cavalry is doing a fantastic job in providing that support. They're utilizing the smoke grenades to make sure that Farhad's going to cross on over to the opposite side. Devil X Dragons has been eliminated from the game. A1NP is the one to eliminate the players of Devil X Dragon. Finally, it seems like A1 Esports 2 are waking up. But all it takes is that one single mistake for A1NB to get eliminated from the game, and I hope that mistake's not going to happen.
Well, GG, Suke is already having a clear line of sight onto the players of A1 and B, and looks like A1 not in the best of the position, because I can see a team in the blue also in the close vicinity. So yeah, there is a possible threat for A1 and B, and so for the players of Vikings, GG, they do have a certain height advantage as well, and looks like one of the player from A1 and B has already been knocked out. VikingxSS still trying to provide the support to the teammates as he takes down Sire of GG with a beautiful grenade. A follow-up grenade should be coming in, but looks like a Molotov has been exchanged between GG and Vikings, as Soul is trying to give revive to his fallen teammate.
Vikings, 3 players in that compound, surrounded by the players of GG. From the back are the players of HORAA Esports. Man, this whole terrain is just cursed. You might as well not find yourself in this one, because in the front lines, it's also the players of Avon Esports that are getting pushed on, if I'm not wrong, by the players of AST. So even for Avon Esports, the problems keep on knocking their doors, but at least this time they're somewhere in the top 6. So that can be a decent outing for the players of Avon NB. And yes, just like that, they have been eliminated from the game too. And I think so is Zio, who managed to single-handedly eliminate the entirety of A1 NB. Zio has 6 elimination points so far.
Well, 4 elimination in the name of A51 as well. And all the 4 players also alive. I can already see one of the player is in the center of the circle. He can be that anchor sheet to bring all his teammates inside the safety net of the circle. Remaining teams still trying to find a piece of land and rooms. might go for the airdrop route as well, but GG Soki finds a beautiful knock onto Incus and looking for the confirmation point as well as trying to find their way inside the circle. Sky HORAA also knocks down Soul. A good trade coming in. Let's see if we can get the confirmation point also.
Man, GEUD Gaming, they've lost out on Soulless. The resurrection should be there onto him soon. Soulless should be back upon his feet. Malik trying to back away from HORAA Esports. Oh, look at the nade being tossed. This could have been really close. AST, Zill's out in the open, gets knocked out, and finished. The entirety of AST has been eliminated instantly right after. Solid stuff. GEUD Gaming getting pushed on. Yeah, Vikings getting pushed on by the players of GEUD Gaming. Not exactly sure what's going on over there. Farad knocked out. Solid stuff. Vikings. A-Man was the one to find that opening, and then the instant rundown from the side of Vikings is something that the players of GG are not going to expect. GG tried their best to obliterate this compound. They tried their best to invade the territory of Vikings, but the Vikings instantly shook them away like they did not even mean anything. From the far phrase, the players of A51 trying to go for the constant spray too. But still, Vikings, they're quite chipped up. They're quite low, and especially even from the back is the wall of death pressuring them to leave that area.
Certainly, and even Concha from the side of A51 is putting a lot of pressure onto the players of Vikings. Looks like Vikings, they won't be able to make it inside the safety of the circle, and there comes the elimination with only one element. They get bid by on the third spot. But 9 defeat points to the players of A51. They're looking pretty strong, and all the 4 players alive, they have the numbers advantage as well, as they're trying to pin down the players of HORAA. But look at the position of Sky HORAA. He's a little far away, but looks like he has been spotted down by Rex, so no element of surprise over there. Malik also trying to cook a grenade, and so is his teammate, as A51 Rex with the UMP45s already closing in this distance, as his teammates are going for the flank angle and trying to surround the players of Team HORAA.
Oh, A51. At this point in time, I like the split from the side of HORAA Esports. Sky a little bit far away, pretty much just holding the sidelines, making sure if anyone overextends from the right side, Sky's going to be the one to catch him off guard. But now at the end of the day, Sky as well looking forward to reunite with his team, because HORAA Esports, they need some backup. They need some cavalry. Concha knocked out, a star player for this team who's been making the call so far, who's been leading the team so far. Concha getting knocked out, this is not a good news. And that was their elimination leader too inside the game. That means A51 might just drop down a little bit low when it comes to the morals. But HORAA Esports, the constant pressure that they're looking for to apply has now been put to sleep for a little bit, because the players of A51, they're playing a little bit passive. They're not really peeking out any angles, just playing so defensive. Probably they want the players of HORAA Esports to push in their crosshairs, which is highly unlikely to happen. So both these teams, once again, are now probably going to be in a Mexican standoff.
Sky HORAA, along with his teammate Malik, and all charging in towards the side of A51. As soon as the smoke will disseminate, the players will be spotted down. For now, there is a lot of patience that is being showcased by both these teams, kind of a stalemate situation, as they are trying to capitalize on each other's mistake. On Rex, I can see only one Molotov, so not too many throwables or utilities present with the players of A51. And Rex, again, trying to find some information, some angle onto the players of HORAA. But Malik finally finds it and takes down DT19 and gets an instant confirmation point as well. And now only 2 players remaining from the side of A51, as grenades are being flung over, but no connection whatsoever. Sky HORAA also looking very good.
Oh, smokes. It's a massive trail. HORAA Esports do realize from the back is the wall of death trying to close in, and their backs are against the wall too. So A51 right now can be in the driver's seat of things. So I like that smoke trail that was being created by the side of HORAA Esports, just denying the vision completely of A51. But the smokes are now starting to run out, so you need to be a little bit more quick, HORAA Esports. tossing out another smoke. Rums is ready with the DBS in his hands. All it takes is one solid shot to the chest, and that might just seal the deal. A51, they've spread themselves out quite far apart from each other. Rums getting found instantly, and that's where the players of HORAA Esports get the advantage. And just like that, A51 has been eliminated. HORAA Esports to come out on top, and this team was already in a pretty solid spot in the overall standings. Now I just want to find out where exactly have they found themselves in the overall standings.
Well, we'll see. We'll find out very soon. But HORAA, yes, they do have good elimination points as well in their pockets. And speaking of the yesterday's performance, it was not so good in the map of Miramar. Yes, they had a very high fragging game, but finally they were looking for a winner chicken dinner, and they get it. I'm very sure they are going to propel themselves in, I think, top 4 or top 3 maybe after this win.
Pretty much, I guess they should be able to do so. I think so, maybe on the second spot as well. I would not be surprised if they are on the second spot in the overall standings. But that was a 19 points chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. And as you guys all know, HORAA Esports, that was a well-needed chicken dinner too. As I mentioned, today's day is the most important day without a doubt. And yes, as I said, they're pretty much going to be on the second spot. HORAA Esports toppling over VIKINGxSS. And with that being said too, ladies and gentlemen, 9 elimination, 19 points in total with total damage of 2,315. HORAA Esports, they are way too close from claiming that first spot in the overall standings. One bad game from Raw, and HORAA Esports can topple them over. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, you guys all know the tradition. Now it's time for us to toss to a short commercial break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Frozen Kingdom updates. Residents of Erangel, are you having a great time at the Frost Festival? In this season of miracles, come and see what new surprises await in the Frozen Kingdom. Flying reindeer. In the beautiful snowy village, you'll come to discover a new vehicle exclusive to this season, the sleigh. Don't forget to split up with your teammates to find the reindeer and connect it with the sleigh. With that, you'll unlock the magical flying reindeer. Ride it with your teammates and soar up to 10 meters above the ground and enjoy a panoramic view. If you want to acquire the flying reindeer even faster, head to the Lucky Ice Tower and be the first to ring the bell. A beautiful flying reindeer will respond to your call by descending from the sky. Surprise stockings. Moreover, there are many magical changes in Snowy Village. Find the surprise stockings on the walls inside houses and interact with them according to the hints from the phonograph. With that, you'll unlock additional supplies. Festive tree. Presents will also grow on the large fire tree in the center of the village. Admire its beauty as you pass by. Don't forget to shoot the presents, as there might be another surprise waiting for you. Soar high in a frosty fight. We're sure you are itching for the new snow battles. For more updates on the Frost Festival, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching PMCO South Asia 2023. My name is Shadow. Alongside me is Fritz. And Fritz, just now, HORAA Esports, they got a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves. And Raw Esports, they were performing so good in the map of Miramar yesterday, and suddenly they find themselves at the bottom in this one.
Yeah, it's kind of something that Raw has been doing. Performs good on one map and then suddenly drops on the other game. But it's fine. They're on top. They should be still having a lead of what, like 5-6 points against Team HORAA, because they got that chicken and now they are on the second spot. We just saw them on the second spot overall. So that was great job done by them. Miramar, again, one of the maps where we thought we might see a new victor, and that's what happens. HORAA Esports comes in and gets that chicken. Even before the show started, me and Necro were talking about this, that these teams, HORAA Esports, on the 6th position at that time, we had Team AST. All these teams are very frag heavy teams which love to get those frags for themselves and consistently get those 7-8 points for them in every game. One good game could just propel them to good heights, and that's exactly what has happened over here. HORAA being consistent throughout yesterday, being consistent even in the first game today, has now helped them reach that second spot. And if they're able to continue this way, they could really be looking forward towards that top spot. So it is a great thing for HORAA Esports. Let's see if they're able to continue this forward or not.
Well, certainly, consistency is the key to success. We have always been saying this 100 times, repeat after repeat, that you have to be very consistent if you're able to manage those average points. And every single game, you're definitely going to be in the top 5 or maybe on the top of the leaderboard. That is exactly what HORAA Esports are also doing. They've been consistent. And looking at the graph, especially in the map of Miramar, it has been linear since yesterday. The first Miramar yesterday didn't go so very well, but the second Miramar suddenly performed really good in the second Miramar yesterday, and today in the very first Miramar they get a winner chicken dinner. So with every game, HORAA Esports, they are also rectifying their mistakes and coming back much stronger.
Yeah, all these, I mean, I have stopped looking at stats right now because they really don't make sense. The game just goes according to the flow, according to the play zone. But yeah, sometimes these things do happen. But before we move any forward, let's have a look at the MVP of the game, the player which had the most impact. Probably a player from HORAA, right? Yeah, we have Sky from HORAA Esports. Not a very big number in terms of the elimination, but that does not do justice to him because my poor guy had 1,000+ damage but only got 2 of those confirmations.
He was also playing the role of the scout because he was scouting the area. He had a different angle. He was a little far away from his teammates, providing all the information onto the opponents, that how they are rotating, which player, and they were also he was also trying to pin down the opponent player. So he was doing so much to his team, and I'll take the liberty to say that he's the reason that HORAA Esports got a winner chicken dinner in this one, in the final fight.
Oh, well, that's definitely great for the players of Team HORAA. And now let's have a look at the other players who had an impact in the game, although were not able to be the MVP. So this will also clear out the story. I believe all the teams who ended up in top 5 will have a player each. We have Sky, who of course was the MVP. Kancha did more eliminations, but the damage was somewhere around his 670 mark. So it's fine. Kancha just got every confirmation, every knock that he had got. AST Zio, though, kill stealer, frag stealer, 6 eliminations to his name. Malik with 4, Yatauta with 4 as well. So all these players performed great. Let's have a look at the points that every other team got. HORAA, of course, you've seen them, 19 points to their name. A Droid 51. Long time no see for this team, but they finally show up to the occasion. Not in the best possible way, but at least they have 15 points to show.
And good rotations also were coming from the side of Adroit 51. They had the complete southern control in their favor. But speaking of POC, not a good performance. They need more points if they want to see themselves on the very first page of overall leaderboard. 4 points to their name. DRS Gaming, again, not a good game for them. Raw Esports were taken out pretty early in the game. Noob Alliance also with 0 points. FPG with just a single point. Raw MN with only 2 points. Undergang Slayers on the 12th spot with only 2 points to their name. So all these teams, they need to rank up really fast. They need to accumulate more points if they want to see themselves on the very first page of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's true. They will have to perform in a great way. And now we will be moving on to the map of Erangel. Back at the defaulty map. Back, at least for me, back to the favorite map in this game. So would be fun to see which of these teams is going to end this out on top. It'll be really interesting to see if we do see another new team coming in with the chicken dinner, because HORAA, nobody expected them. We thought another consistent game from them, but this time around they did surprise us on this map of Miramar. Let's see if any more pleasant surprise await on this map of Erangel. Will be a fun one. Hopefully a fun game on Erangel. Would like to see a little bit of a consistency being thrown in once again by maybe ENG, maybe by the team of Roy Sports. These teams have played out consistently, so would like to see them back into action as well.
Let's see if they can come back into the action, because with each passing game, only 4 games are remaining, by the way, and
Yeah.
it's not going to be so easy. Or you have to be very consistent. Even if you are in the top 5, you have to be very consistent. You have to perform really good if you want to attain your spot or go more higher or propel yourself in the leaderboard. And teams who are on the bottom, maybe they can try and take a head-on fight with a team that is already on the top of the ranking.
All right, so here we go with this map of Erangel. The plane path is not looking good for a lot of teams, because I did see a lot of teams dropping on the northern part of the map, but this time around the plane path has started from military base, might just end somewhere near Stolber. Yeah, south of Stolber, Yazaya Poliana. So all those northern teams,
Not really
northern
Stolber,
sided teams.
but yeah, it is
South of Stolber.
going from military base towards the eastern side of Yasnia Polyana, and all the teams that like dropping in towards the western side, Georgopol, Hospital, Gatka, or even the Zarki, they have a long journey up ahead. So let's see how they are going to glide over there. But speaking of VIKINGxSS, military base has always been their residence, and that is exactly where they are dropping for now. Even Leo Esports heading somewhere towards the side of Gatka. FPG might be heading towards Quarry or Ferry Pier. So all these teams are already going to their drop location. Are you expecting any drop clash, Fritz?
I think I do. POC, they might just be in a fight with the players of team GG, I suppose. Lower Apnoy is where both these teams are trying to go for that early drop. POC have already stopped towards the outskirts of the city, but GG will for sure continue towards containers. But at the end of the day, when you have to rotate, you will have to fight it out against the players of team POC. So it will be fun to see which team comes out on top. Other than that, the circle this time around follows the plane path. Usually it bends just the opposite direction. But this time around, all these teams will have a little bit more time to loot for themselves and probably stay inside the zone as well, because most of them have already dropped in. I do see FPG still trying to figure out where do they want to drop. Ferry Pier is where one of their players is. Kiva and the others are going towards maybe Primorsk. So would be interesting for them. The rotation is going to be very simple too. They just have a clear road inside the zone, so should not be a problem. But yeah, that fight in Novoripnoy, that's where I'd like to go.
Well, yes, certainly. In Novoripnoy, we have 2 teams, POC, one of them. And for POC, it is very important to have a good outing in this one, because they are at the bottom of the leaderboard. Whereas for the players of GG, they're a decent outing in Miramar. And IUB, as always, he finds himself surrounded by the opponent teams. He is always the first person to bring the knock. The thing with POC, which I have noticed today, is they're able to find that first knock onto the opponent, but as the fight progresses, somehow they crumble and they lose that fight, especially in the first Erangel also. So they have to be very careful that if you're engaging in a fight, you're able to get the first knock, you have to capitalize, and at the same time, you can't overcome it. That's something that POC needs to consider right now.
They also need to make sure that once they're ready for the fight, they surprise the players of GG. You cannot give away information and then try to start that fight, because I don't think so. Gunfight is the strength of POC. They've lost a lot of 3v4 fights against their opponents, so they really need to be careful in terms of who do they pick a battle with. It is going to be GG for sure, and GG is already ready. They're like, yeah, we know that one of the players, Dayubi, is already somewhere near to us, so let's just take care of him, and then the other players could be taken care of a little bit later. Sairi, I believe, has spotted someone down. POC, Saigo was trying to get in a vehicle and try to provide some sort of a backup, but then he did not expect Sairi to be in such a position. The first knock comes in, and POC have already lost a player.
POC, big mistakes are coming in from the plus. First of all the players were so very segregated from each other, and the UB also goes down thanks to Farhad and his AKM. confirmation point has already been made, and POC now they are left with only two players, where core position has also been compromised. Even the remaining two players are so far away from each other in a 2v4 fight. I don't think POC winning this one. Maybe they can try and do some damage towards the side of GG, take down one player, but the chances of that happening are also very slim.
Ooh, soulless. He is trying to spray in a random direction. I think he thought that there's some player in that particular squad house, but literally there's no one. He will get that remaining loot. But do they expect a player on the left hand side? I mean, Kailan has a off angle onto his opponent's core being snuck upon by Sairi, and I think Sairi's already hurt core. He's cooking up an A. This could be deadly. This could be deadly, but he tosses it out in the wrong direction. Farad gets knocked out by Kyle Han, but he's in a position where he can get that revival. Plus, look at this. Suki is already on his tail. Sairi is providing that backup fire. And I think so. Kyle Han is all alone. Cannot do much about this situation now.
He is trying to do something. Core, I believe he has got an M16. He needs to find a different weapon if you want to engage in a close frontal battle. But Kailan still trying his level best, as Sairi with a DBS in his hand is trying to close up the distance towards Core, who is already literally burning in the flames because of that Molotov. And Sairi puts an end to his misery, gets a confirmation point. 3 players already eliminated from the side of POC, and Kailan being the last one in a 1v4 situation. I don't see anything happening. I don't see him taking down any of the player of GG, as 3 plus are rushing towards and puts an end. And with that, POC bids bye-bye on the 16th spot with no elimination point at all.
Now, this is what I was worried about. You did not even see a single team fight happening for the players of Team POC. All of them went individually. One of the guys is completely lost, trying to drive a vehicle towards his opponents. There's no information being provided by Dayubi up top. He also falls with his back turned towards his opposition. A player burning down to a molly that was very, very well played, of course, I'd say. Tossing out the utility, tossing out the mollies, but that 1v1 got a huge advantage for GG, and then the final player had no chance. So that's the problem with the players of Team POC. They're not indulging themselves in team fights, and they are forcing a lot of solo individual battles. I mean, it will give you a few kills, a few frags here and there. But at the end of the day, if you lose a player, if you lose a couple of players and even win a team fight, that won't help you a lot. And in this case, you did not even get anything. So you'll be eliminated without any points, and the struggle for POC still continues. Let's see. I mean, not a lot of games left. The chances of comebacks were already slim when the day started, and now I guess it's almost down to 0. So POC could just try and play for some more extra points for maybe a better position, because with every extra position you get some extra few dollars. So that could be something to work with. But yeah, POC out of the game. A51 on our screens right now. Had a good game on that map of Miramar. Let's see if they can replicate it on Erangel or not.
Communication is something definitely that POC needs to work on. But speaking of VIKINGxSS I8, a team from the Pakistan region, well, I'll take the liberty to say they are the kings of Pakistan region, because in the last PMPL season, in PMPL Pakistan, they were right on the top. We have seen the boys sticking together from a very long time. That's the reason they have good synergy. Falak, Uzn, Crypto, IQ, they have been sticking together from a very long time. And let's see if they can manage to have a good outing in this one. But speaking of Viking, in the map of Miramar, previously they were pretty much pinned down in a compound. They did manage to get good placement points, but not too many finish points. For now, they have a good compound. They're just waiting for the next circle shift.
All right. Well, now Viking. If we look at them, they're just holding. They're just waiting for the next 20 seconds, and as soon as the zone closes in, then they'll try to decide where to move in, where to move according to the zone shift. So that's fine. Not a lot of issue in that particular situation. Aegon XI, they've already rotated towards the main island, and of course, why not? According to the circle, that's where the final few zones might take place. GG is still taking their sweet time. Um, I'd say a few more minutes have been given to them by the PUBG Mobile gods, because you still can stay on the Novo Rap Island for a few more minutes. But I believe GG should now, start moving towards the main island, because that's where the final circle might be. And especially if the final circle ends somewhere around farm, rotation for GG is going to be even tougher, as you already see DRS, Aegon XI8 moving towards that bridge area in the close proximity. You have a lot of small little compounds where these players can hide themselves and then shoot at you while you're trying to get towards the mainland. So it ain't going to be an easy game for GG. A1NB on the other hand, another team in which we had a lot of expectations, but they are yet to show up inside the zone for now, looking for a better place maybe because they've already started to rotate, maybe chase down the players of Team DXT.
Maybe they can try to do so. In the previous Miramar also they had a decent outing, and for now they are trying to find a good compound or a uphill angle that they can hold and gather a lot of information. But on the other side we have Undergang Slayers also having a lot of information onto the players of Leo, totally unaware that someone is keeping a keen and close eye onto them. I don't see any time Undergang Slayers rushing towards the side of Leo's, but they can try and deplete their resources. But DRS also holding on to a very good compound near the bridge area. If any of the team like GG try to rotate, DRS can or might engage in a fight with them. But even DRS this season, they are not performing up to the expectations of their fans or supporters. Killer YT completely missing, ex MPL also not having the best of the time. So maybe in this Erangel. But as far as I remember, Fritz, I think Sanhok has always been the strongest point or strongest map for DRS.
No, that I don't know because in the past few seasons I haven't seen DRS perform that good on any of these maps. They just randomly pop off, I believe. Like they suddenly get a game where they'll get that chicken and then start to build some momentum on the back of it. But in this tournament, they are yet to find a game like that. Maybe this could be the change. This could be the one where they get back. It is a long shot, but hey, let's see. The zone is supporting them somewhere around farm, and they do have a good position. Also, did see them on the positive side of the kill feed. They just got a knock with that MP4, so maybe positives all around here. DXD for now, just taking a random fight with the players of Team Aegon XIA, suppressing them, exchanging a few shots here and there, forcing the players of Team Aegon XIA to respect their position is what they're trying over here. So yeah, nothing major. Even if DXD get a knock, they cannot act upon it because Aegon XIA is so very far away. So it's just chip damage battle over here going on,
Oh,
trying to get any sort of damage that you can, and yeah, nobody will just bandage himself up. So no problem in this engagement. Zone number 2 is also somewhere near the players of Team DXD, so they really don't have to move from here.
it's not Ignex Ayed or Yuji peppering bullets towards the side of Mighty and his teammate. I think it is someone else, a team on the uphill in the grey color, from where nobody took a lot
Oh,
of damage.
from
So they have
behind,
to be very careful of those third parties.
Viking.
Yes, exactly. Vikings were the one doing a third party. So Devil X Dragon, they have to be very cautious as A51 or also trying to surround their compound.
It's a very great compound. If you talk about it, DXD, that they have to defend because it's open from all the four sides. So any invaders, any players who decide to push in will also have to deal with the other third parties while DXD still stays in cover. So it should not be a problem. In the meanwhile, I do see the kill feed dancing a little bit down. They got excited fighting it out against the players of Team DRS. Even Raw Esports are taking a lot of damage in the form against the players of Team AST, and they themselves are getting third parties. So a lot of teams fighting left and right. GG trying to make a move. Aegon XI8 have already spotted them down. But lucky for GG that Aiku was not able to connect his spray.
But AST Slayer was able to connect his prey onto the players of 4 Raw as he takes down Arrow and might be looking for the confirmation. 4 Raw not in the best of the spot as Arrow is still begging for the help, and AST players are literally surrounding the players of 4 Raw as one of the player in the back line is already there, forcing Sanchi to reposition himself. Otherwise, he'll be the victim of those grenades or utils coming in from their side. Ajaya and Sanchir also in the battle of grenades as Ajaya on a sliver of HP, a very precise grenade coming in from Sanchir, forcing Ajaya to reposition, and the numbers advantage again with the players of Raw. A good grenade coming from Sanchit takes down not just one but two players from the side of ASD. Gets the instant confirmation also because of a vehicle explosion coming in. And Ajaya, I believe, is the last man standing. And he also bids bye-bye. And ASD, suddenly the tables have turned. And ASD, they bid bye-bye on the 15th spot with 0 eliminations.
Ooh, that's not a good sight. In the meanwhile, FORAA is also now taking some shots in front of them, probably from the players of Team Raw Esports, who already have lost a couple of players. Jiggle and Sleepy are out of the game, so I don't think so. It's looking pretty for Raw Esports either. FORAA have already started off with their rotation, fourth zone about to start in, so that's also something you need to take into consideration. Assassin has his crosshair trained. Any movement by the players of Team 4 Raw will be attempted to punish, but then he takes a lot of damage himself, so now needs to reset, get back into cover, play for survival points. The meanwhile, A1NB, so close to the players of Team ISSL Noob Alliance. They have been traded out, but A1NB has already lost a player. Second one also falls as Lucifer instead of Revival goes in for the confirmation, but ISSL lose players left and right. A third party from the players of Team HORAA will make things even worse.
Well, the smokes are there to help Lucifer go for the revival on his teammates, but looks like HORAA, they are going for the confirmation as Memantha has been confirmed, and HORAA literally they are hunting for the players of Noob Alliance. And one single Molotov could bring the demise of all the teammates. Lucifer literally burning and he has been taken down, and Malik HORAA with the DBS gets a confirmation point on Lucifer as well, but Noob Alliance bids bye-bye on the 14th spot with 2 eliminations. No fear, was knocked out, but easy revival should be coming in. ENG also keeping a close eye onto the players of GG, as GG they do have a good compound, and Leo somewhere else in the map blocking horns with the player of DXD.
Ooh, DXD now. Let's see how will they perform. Leo, they're also invited to that particular party. I believe A1NB has also taken an exit, as I do see them completely being eliminated. DXD out of the game. Leo finally showing up. They got that chicken in game number 1 and now have started off strong in this game number 2 as well. A51 the players have been spotted, and this time around IQ does not miss even a single bullet. Has been able to get that knock. Now DG19 is very cautious about where to peek, and how to get that revival. Roy Esports, Zordi also might be a lost cause over here. Assassin, you better duck tail and try to survive, otherwise it will be a team elimination, that too with just 1 point.
Assassin at the mercy of the blue. He has to do something, as the players of HORAA with those vehicles are already trying to migrate inside the circle, and Assassin taking that chip damage. No vehicle whatsoever. He has to make a quick escape inside the safety. Even the players of DRS can also spot him down. That's something he need to be worried about. Not too many first aids, with just one single first aid, but DRS, they have their own worries. They have to engage, or might have to engage, in the fight with the players of UG, but because of the play zone, no fear of HORAA has already been knocked out. Sanchit Raw finds the players of FPG, but DRS, well, Assassin, you shouldn't have done that. He missed out a shot on DRS player, and in retaliation, he's the one bidding bye-bye from the lobby.
Oh yeah, that's true. Not a good sight for their team. On the other hand, now DRS, they do have a frag to their name. VIKINGxSS still on top of these houses, dishing out damage left and right. FPG also take that early elimination for themselves with just 1 frag. Oh my god, these teams who were in the top charts are slowly and steadily falling down, except for VIKINGxSS. I mean, they have been able to dish out a lot of damage, although the number of frags is still a matter of concern. Plus, Aiku is running low in terms of that 5.56 ammo. Needs to be careful with where he sprays now. VIKINGxSS, they're trying to make a move, but suddenly Sairi spots a player out of position and drops Crypto down. Smokes being thrown in by Uzum, trying to get that revival.
Well, yes, he's trying to go for the rimskimation onto Crypto. The smoke wall, the smoke trail is definitely going to help him out, as his teammate is still bleeding out. On the other side, the players of GG, all they have is a little wooden shack for the hard cover. Not too much breathing space. Even the players of Vikings can also do a good third party, or ENG, a good flank angle from the side might bring an end to the entirety of GG. That could be a possibility. But for now, even the players of Undergang Slayers are also locking horns with the players of DRS, with 2 finish points already in the hands of Undergang Slayers, looking good. The players of HORAA are also trying desperately to walk their way inside the safety of the circle.
Let's see. UG versus DRS could be a fight, but a delayed one, because I don't think so DRS want to take that early risk. So DRS is a team who like to play it slow and steady without any unnecessary pushes. The meanwhile though, for Raw, they want to just charge in and get the job done. Switching to the FPP mode, try to get that easier shot connection, but then the support from his teammate arrives. Look at that, they already have 11 eliminations to their name. A team with heavy eliminations will definitely benefit in terms of points in the overall standing. GG on the other hand are now taking some shots onto the players of Team Aegon XI8. Yes, Crypto was able to take care of Farhad, but then Aegon have also lost a player, and now Falak is also down on the ground. Revival should be the first priority for Aegon XI8.
Well, it certainly should be, because you need to have that number advantage if you want to survive and get that winner chicken dinner. But for now, GG, they have 4 defeat points in their pockets, but no where to run. All they have is a little shack that they are holding on to dearly. On the other side, again, excited Crypto. He has got a big machine gun in his hands. Let's see what he can do with that MG3. But for now, a lot of hard covers for again XI8 because of those blown up vehicles. Lot of resources as well. Too many throwables. So again XI8 are looking pretty decent when it comes to resources. The position, they have the entire southern eastern control of the circle. But the team that they need to worry about are the players of Vikings and Leos as well.
Oh, alright. Well, Aegon XI8 were able to get that revival, and now I do see Crypto in a position where he wants to toss some utility out onto the remaining 2 players of Team GG. Not landing. As of now, no damage done. So GG can still take a chill breath and try to reposition themselves. A lot of smokes available for Crypto too, so repositioning should not be a matter of concern, Machine. As soon as I said something about it, Uzum is able to toss a nade and just bring havoc onto the players of Team Vikings. Even GG chime in as Suki has been able to blast off another player of Team Viking Esports. It's all down to D9 as the nade parade is just not stopping. Suki's nade will take care of a couple of players of Team Vikings. A third one still knocked out, and it looks like we might bid bye-bye to the players of Team Viking just to the nades.
That could be a possibility that might happen, and Crypto from the backline is trying to provide the necessary support and gather as much information onto the players of A51 as well. Let's see if we can spot the players of Vikings, as I can see one player of Viking in the water trying to hold on to his dear life. Yes, he is inside the water trying to hold on to his dear life and grab as many placement points as much possible, because 8 teams are still remaining, 24 players. And D9 is the last one, but looks like again XI8 they have spotted down D9, and he has been forced to leave that vehicle and swim his way somewhere else, reposition himself. And Falak is also keeping a close eye onto the players of GG. The next circle shift, Fritz, is going to be so crucial. All these players, most of these players would be forced to leave their safety area.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, this circle is all out in the open. D9, the only thing he thought of doing was just run to the river and jump inside it. Play for survival is what D9 is trying to do. I think most of these players will need to find a different way. Crypto, although he still finds him, gets the perfect lineup for the headshot, hits it too. So Aegon XI8, still 3 players surviving. Not a lot of frags, but at least they'll get some more survival points. UG on the other hand, this is a team who still has a compound around them, and now DRS have to break through, or maybe find a different way of rotation, maybe get inside the zone through a different path, although that will involve a lot of third party being done onto them. Even 4 on the outskirts will find it difficult to get inside the zone without a little bit of trouble. So let's see how do all of these teams try to get in the zone, as 1 minute 30 seconds is the only time left on the clock. D18 spots the players of Team 4 trying to rotate. Even Leo taking some shots. Sanchir 4 has already been dropped. That frag will be confirmed. Chari chimes in to pick off Rogue. And the final player for 4 Aero will also fall to the hands of Team Aegon XI8. So 3 different teams making sure 4 does not proceed further.
2 teams are challenging the compound of Undergang Slayers, as Undergang Slayers are trying to defend the compound with their tooth and nail, and Grenades being flung over. So many smokes are there. Provide the soft cover and deny the vision to the opponents. And a perfect grenade goes in. Takes down Killer Whitey from the side of DRS. They might be looking for the confirmation point as well. As Gangsta is hiding and finally he comes out. Takes down XMPL. Gets the instant confirmation as well. DRS, one more player down. Only last player remaining from the side of DRS. They are not looking at all in a good spot. As Undergang Slayers are there literally hunting their way, but Killer Whitey, a good grenade coming in from their side, takes down one player from the side of UG.
Oh, this is a bloodbath. This is a bloodbath happening over here. And UG making the most out of it. DRS out of the game as Chari finds the final elimination onto Killer. And UG will still sustain. Only one knock onto Rega. He'll probably be revived within no time. Should not be a problem. And UG will find themselves a comfortable spot for now. That's what I say, for now, because the zone is about to shift in the next 3 seconds and it could be anyone's. Leo have a safe haven in terms of this compound, but will now have to leave it. The only team with the great positioning is now GG, who I believe are still around that shack that they had early on, but now will be bombarded. So even though inside the zone, still cannot feel completely safe. A lot of utility, a lot of nades will be thrown onto them. Yetauta has 7 of those, so you're not running away if Yetauta gets within nading range. But then Leo also need to take care about the other teams around them. So it is going to be just give and take over here. The team getting the most frags will be the one winning it out. A51 also have to move a little bit to get inside the play zone. UG have to move 30-35 meters. Should not be a problem considering they have a lot of vehicles around them and a lot of trees. So they can just slam and make some artificial cover themselves. Also a drop in the middle of nowhere. Maybe just push a Dacia and burst it down near drop so that you can even get better utility too with that off angle. But yeah, let's see what's the decision making from the players of Team UG. I believe most of these players are busy fighting amongst each other, so this would be the perfect time to get inside the zone. And that's what Gangsta is going for. Inside the smoke, parks out the Dacia, makes perfect L-shaped cover. Should be able to survive for now.
Well, they should be able to survive, and they have to survive. UG having 7 elims, and Leo Haidami, well, he has managed to take down one of the players from the side of A51. Looks like GG19 will be going for the rescue mission, but GG Soul finds one player from ENG 8. Too many knocks are coming here and there as UG with that vehicle is trying to make their way inside the safety of the circle. Like you pointed out, it's an open circle, so vehicles are going to come handy. And Leo Esports, well, they have been charged upon. And Haidami, he marks an end to the players of A51. A vehicle run over also coming in. But Rex Grenade takes down Liquid over there, but easy revival should be coming in. But is there any time? Because even the player of ENG 8 can do a perfect third party in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the play zone is going to be the matter of concern. You can carry Liquid, right? Carry Liquid inside the zone rather than taking damage. Nova, it will dish a lot of damage and Liquid cannot get inside the zone anyway. So, this could be a decision that puts them in a lot of misery. Liquid will be able to get in. Suki spotted down by Yetauta through all the long grass. And he will instantly confirm that frag too. So not taking any risks. Nova should be able to heal himself back up and then Liquid could be picked up in like what 5-6 more seconds. UG still busy with the revivals. Aegon XI8 firing shots left and right but finding nothing as of now.
4 teams, 11 players still remaining. ENG 8, they have been literally dominating the lobby, but now they have to make a safe way inside the circle with the players of GG. I believe only single player remain from the side of GG, holding on to that little shack and grab too many placement points as well. ENG 8, 3 players remaining, and Uzm is trying to pep a few bullets towards the side of UG in that smoke, but no connection whatsoever. Chari on the other side, a very experienced player, and having the little soft cover is helping him out. But yet a Uta grenades goes in. Find a confirmation as well. 2 players remaining from the side of UG. Not too many throwables, not too many healings, as Gangsta has used all his medkits, all his first aids. So he has to be very careful. On the other side, Soul from the side of GG has 3 grenades, 1 a Molotov. He'll try to bring down the players of Leo Esports as he takes down 1. Yet a Uta. I might be looking for the confirmation point as well.
So, UG, Gangsta falls. Soulless, trying to peek around the corner with this Shaq, but now has to face off against the entire squad of VIKINGxSS. They're not able to land a nade inside this particular Shaq, and this counter rate could be huge. Lands in the perfect spot, does a lot of damage, but then Soulless moving like Houdini, but then finally Leo's nade will be able to get the job done. A 2v4, a 3v4, right? A 3v4 over here against the players of Team VIKINGxSS. While Liquid is already knocked out, so essentially it's a 3v3 now. Leo, do not anticipate the position of UZM. Uzm gets a knock onto Yetauta. The nade still being thrown in, but Uzm still not stopping. Wants to get another off angle. Crypto cooking a nade. Tries to toss it behind the tree. Liquid in the meanwhile confirmed by Falak. Nothing lands. But VIKINGxSS, they've got that reset. Haitami's nade will get one. Crypto still inside, trying to survive. Haitami, another nade, but does not deal with Crypto. Pushing it on. Haitami needs to get this fight, but Falak from an off angle. Guess what? The trade is there. Nova in a 1v1. Shotgun out. DBS could do the job, but he's very low, and he will fall to Crypto. Great peek by this player of VIKINGxSS, which helps him get that chicken dinner.
Well, VIKINGxSS, they reign supreme in this one, getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves. It was not at all easy. They were having the southern eastern control domination coming from the southern end, and even the players of Leo Esports, they have managed to get too many elimination points. So it was a good game for both these teams, but it was VIKINGxSS getting that beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Ooh, great game by the players of Team VIKINGxSS. They held their nerves, and they basically repeated what they did in the first on day number 1. 3-player chicken dinner. That's what we have for Team VIKINGxSS. They dealt with the players of Team Leo beautifully. Liquid was down on the ground. They identified that particular piece of information, forced themselves into a 3v3, took all the necessary gunfights, and were able to come out on top. 9 elimination, total 19 points from this game has propelled the players of Team VIKINGxSS to the first spot.
Well, certainly they are on the top, and with that, we'll be heading towards a short little break, and we'll discuss more about VIKINGxSS winner chicken dinner.
You are now the proud owner of a Pagani.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching PMCO South Asia 2023. My name is Shadow. Alongside me is Fritz. And Fritz, VIKINGxSS, they just got a winner chicken dinner for themselves. The Pakistani domination, which we has been talking about from day number 1, is finally there.
Yeah, I mean, VIKINGxSS, they played their zone. So they were not comfortable in the previous few games, but this time around, they still lose a player. That is something I'd really want the players of Team VIKINGxSS to address. Maybe not lose a player this early on, so you can maybe get more eliminations. But yeah, after that, once they were able to finally get inside the zone, they got those shots, they got those frags for themselves. The final fight with the players of Team Leo was also very good. It was brought down to a 1v1, but then the player of Leo was very low. So even one bullet could have done the trick, and that's exactly what the last remaining player of IA does. Peeks out with the MG3, gets the frag, gets the job done. 9 elimination, 19 points. #1, VIKINGxSS.
Well, certainly, again, excited. At the start of the game, also, we were discussing that how again excited they dominate in the Pakistan region, but when it comes
Hmm.
to South Asian region, they tend to fizzle out a few of the times. But finally, they have able to find their feet, and let's hope in the remaining games that
Hmm.
domination continues and they rank up too many points for themselves. On the other side, speaking of Leo, also, yes, they did manage to accumulate too many finish points. Yes, the chicken dinner was not there, but even Leos, they were also performing really good as they had the Western control of the circle, and they did manage to take down one player from the side of GG as well.
Yeah, well, Leo Esports as a team played good, but the problem with Leo right now is they cannot just rely on this sort of a performance. Getting 8-9 points is fine. It would have been fine if it was yesterday. But now you already had not so good day number one. Day number two, you started off fantastic, but then you are not carrying it forward. So it would essentially spoil the number of points that you get. So that is something Leo need to keep into consideration. I'll give more thoughts once I see where Team Leo is on the overall standings, because I think still they should be in top 5, because they were on the 6th spot after game number 1. Game number 2 I did not follow that closely, but in this game number 3 as well they got okay number of points. So don't know if they pushed up in terms of rankings quite a bit, but we'll have to see for that. But before we go any further, let's have a look at the player that had the most impact in the game, the MVP of this game, and it is going to be Sanchir from HORAA. This team got eliminated on what, 6th or 7th spot? Still, Sanchir is able to be the MVP of the game. Almost 1200 damage. Poor guy only got 5 eliminations. No justice done to him, but it's fine. HORAA still had a decent game considering they had a lot of frags to their name.
Yeah, they did manage to get a lot of frag points, elimination points for themselves. 5 LMs just to the single individual, that's Sanchir, and he is definitely one of the veteran player. A lot of experience coming in, and that has been showcased in his gameplay. But and as he becomes the MVP, along with him, we have Haidami also from the side of Leo with 6 LMs of his own. Yeto Uta from Leo with 5 LMs. Crypto of ENG with 5 LMs, and Flank of ENG with 3 eliminations.
Yeah, these were the top players for the game, and now we'll be moving forward towards the match standings, I believe. So, of course, ENG should be on top. Maybe we do see HORAA in the 2nd spot because they had so huge number of frags. So that could be something we'll see. Let's have a look at the match standings. Which team is going to be on that 2nd spot? Because ENG, of course, are not leaving the top. Oh wait a second. They did leave the top
Mm-hmm.
spot because
Yeah.
Leo got 13 elimination with 6 placement points, 19. Both of these teams on equal point, but then eliminations are the favored ones. So Leo Esports on the top. Raw MN get that 3rd spot. Look at that, 11 elimination, just 1 placement point, but that does not matter because you still got 12 overall points.
Well, they were literally raining death and destruction in the lobby with those 13 elimination for Leo Esports. Even Raw also having 11 LMs. GG also not having a bad day. 12 points to the name, 7 LMs. Undergang Slayers with 11 points sitting on the 5th spot. HORAA Esports in this one with only 5 LMs, no placement point whatsoever, sitting on the 6th spot. 8051 with 4 points on the 7th spot. DRS Gaming with only 3 points on the 8th spot. And I think, Fritz, so many roster shuffles have happened in these lineups that the synergy is missing, be it DRS Gaming or not ENG, they are sticking with their own players, but DRS Gaming, they have gone through so many roster changes, and the other teams as well, that the synergy is kind of missing. I can say the same thing for Raw Esports, 2 points to their name, and on 9th spot.
Yeah, I mean, blaming the synergy right now won't do you any good. You have to work through it. Maybe the answer could be you should have played more scrims if the synergy was a problem. But over here, you just need to be careful about how you play, and that is something that has been bothering all these different teams even after the roster changes. But yeah, over here, if we talk about the other teams, even NB no points to their name, AST official no points to their name. So this will hurt them a lot in the longer run. But yeah, that was about it for the map of Erangel. Now we will be moving on towards a smaller map, a very small map as compared to the maps of Erangel and Miramar. The map of Sanhok. Now, this is a crazy map. Literally anyone can win. No stats matter over here. The team proning will always have an advantage. But hey, let's see which team is able to just get that chicken in this game. Yesterday, I do not exactly remember who got it, but it was overall a high fragging map. A lot of teams got 7, 7, 8, 8 frags to their name. So essentially, a lot of third parties happened. Uh, Adroid 51 played good. GG played really good, but were essentially eliminated. Were not able to get in top 3. But let's see if that's the case continuing forward or not. But yeah, here we go with this match of Sanhok. Aegon XI8. This is a team which probably will drop very early on, try to get some early loot for themselves. AST on the other hand, let's see where do they drop. But joining me for this game is going to be the big man Necro. Necro, welcome back to the desk, man. How are you feeling?
Sanhok, right? I mean, it's Sanhok. It's my love. I love aggression from these teams as well. But one team so far that has been looking a little bit lost in the sauce has to be FPG. A team that yesterday made a massive statement, and now today, so far, things are looking like a little bit on that downhill curve. I genuinely feel like FPG should be back up on the feet. But then, once again, focusing on Erangel side, this team finally making that mark inside the game, getting that previous game to the maximum potential. Erangel side, once again, they're over here to claim that spot.
The performance that they delivered in the previous game definitely suggests the same. I mean, they are here for the throne, they are here for the crown, and that's what they're taking. Early drops, Roy Sports spread all across the city of Camp Alpha, small compounds being looted by Prabin and Sleepy, but no contention, so not a big problem. On the other hand, we have the players of team FPG towards Doc and Kampong. So it's a very big split that the players of team FPG have taken. But yeah, still nobody near them, so should not be a problem. Only Zeol could face a little bit of an issue if the players of team HORAA or UG decide to rotate his way. But then UG won't because they do not want to get outside the zone. And probably HORAA would just straight run towards the zone from the barn area. So they all should be fine. So no problems over there. But Hatin is a place where we do have two different teams, POC versus Erangel XI8. Now, if history is to be taken into account, POC should be wiped out because Erangel XI8 is just too strong of a team.
That is true. Erangel XI8 is a force to be reckoned with, and without a doubt, a team like POC, a team that has been struggling throughout this entire tournament, it does, on paper, feel like they don't stand a chance. So let's see how POC is going to be looking forward to challenge this fight, because POC 2, without a doubt, their gun power is on point. All it comes down to is the communication and the experience that the players of Erangel XI8 really bring on the table. And once again, Erangel XI8 being on the tabletop, they're pretty much here to win the game. And even if one single player gets taken down from Erangel XI8 at this point, it is going to sting them quite a lot.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, early fights, if they do not go your way, that is something you'll have to be careful about. But yeah, POC, getting inside the zone should be their priority. 250 meters is what they need to get in, should not be a concern. But Erangel XI8, sitting around, they may be waiting for a team to rotate towards them to take their early gunfight. But for now, all these teams in the looting phase, I believe POC has already spotted down Aiku, because of which he's proning down Dayubi. And even Aiku has that information, so we might see a fight starting very soon.
We should see a fight starting soon. POC and Erangel XI8, especially for POC, they've got nothing to lose. They've only got everything to win, because they're going to be going away with a lot of experience from this tournament. And then maybe the next time these guys are going to be back in full force in a better fashion, in much more of a precise and much more of a refined gameplay. So yeah, for POC, they've got everything to gain. For Erangel XI8, they've got a championship to lose. They've got the first spot to lose. So Erangel XI8, they really got to play this one cautiously. And that's what you can clearly see as well. Crypto is all the way in the outskirts in the far fray. And at this point in time, Crypto is just trying to be that sneaky man underneath the water. He's probably trying to create that off angle. Maybe help out his team in getting that initial knockout, which can be the flow breaker for the opponent team.
With all said and done, Erangel XI8 do not have enough loot to work with. Look at Falak. Level 1 helmet, level 1 vest. We did see IQ too. He did not even have that basic loot. No vest, no helmet. Just the presence of the POC players have definitely instilled doubt into the minds of Team Erangel XI8, and suddenly they've gone super passive. That's against their usual gameplay. But now that's what they're opting out for. Maybe that's the pressure you face when you are on that first spot.
Yeah.
Falak, very careful about peeking each and every angle, trying to get any information before he commits to one single player. Zeo, on the other hand, a different team, AST. Normal loot, decent loot, level 3 helmet for him. Just waiting maybe for stage number 1 to close in. We'll have to wait another 2.5 minutes. So has a lot of time to chill. But the whole AST team is just well spread across this particular area, covering each and every other avenue, making sure nobody could sneak in. So it's fine for AST. Slayer also has some basic decent loot. Early fights is something that AST can indulge in. But yeah, nobody near them. So they should not be troubled a lot.
I mean, once again, ENG clearly knows, right? The bigger you are, the harder you fall. And they know they've got a lot to lose. So it's better to play a little bit more cautious than to regret later on if you do lose out on the early number. AST, one of those surprising teams, actually, who, at least at the start of the day, they have astonished all of us. In Cuz getting those 9 elimination game, it was definitely quite astonishing. 14 in total, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, AST, without a doubt, these guys have surprised us. And with that solid game, they were also on the first half of the board. So if they do manage to win the Sanhok game too with a solid amount of points, then once again, they will be back in the race for that championship. Raw Esports, on the other hand, though, considering ENG, they have toppled them over. Now, Raw Esports should be on the path for redemption because one more bad game for Raw Esports and they might be thrown out of that top 3. And you cannot afford to have a bad game anymore because considering we're pretty much going to be on the halfway point or we're pretty much done with the halfway point of this tournament. We're on the 4th game now, ladies and gentlemen.
You can already see these players feeling the pressure. Jiggle being so very passive, has spotted Soulless in that vehicle, but it's better not to shoot because you anyways have a different fight right now. You have to fight it out against the players of Team Leo. Suki has been tagged up quite a bit, probably by the play zone. Or maybe by a player. We'll have to switch onto his POV to get information about that. But then Raw Esports are reacting on that information. Look at that. One of their players is just climbing up high. Jiggle trying to take information, relay it to the team, and then his team is the one relying upon that information and making a move onto the players of Team GG.
GG position compromised. But the same thing can be said for the likes of Raw. Hopefully Jiggle's position's not known. As soon as Jiggle's position's going to be known, he will be in a massive sandwich situation. From the front, it's going to be GG's bullets just barraging him down. From the back, it's going to be the players of Leo Esports wanting to force him and flush him out. So yeah, it's better if Jiggle keeps his position anonymous. But it does seem like Jiggle has taken a couple of shots against the foes. Or no, it's actually Leo Esports themselves taking the shots against Raw Esports. So, once again, tough scenarios over there. A1NB dropped inside Painan. They haven't even left that Painan city so far. They don't even need to because the circle is sort of favoring them. So A1 Esports is actually in a pretty okay spot. DRS making that rotation all the way from down south. It is quite a long rotation. But as long as it's going to work out, it's going to pan out for you. That's all that matters. Devil X Dragons quite close to the players of A1NB. This fight might just escalate soon.
All these players have to move towards that Tambang area. Essentially, I believe that's where the final zone is going to end. Still, all these 3 islands have small part of it inside the play zone, but then as a team, if you need to make a longer rotation to get towards the southern island, it's better to do it right now. Because after that those bridges, those crossing sections are just going to get crowded and you will be eliminated while you try to cross inside the zone. So this would be the perfect time to make a long rotation. Leo, no care in the world. They did throw a few shots onto the remaining players of Team Raw on the other side of this river. But do they know about Jiggle? That's my biggest question. I believe they do because Yeta Uta is trying to jump spot around Nova. He's just trying to get information so that Noah can act on it. He does not have any more throwables left, Noah, in terms of grenades, but he does have a molly available if he knows the exact position, can use it to flush players out. Praveen, Sleepy, all of these players are still trying to deal with this GG player. Soulless being bombarded, being just burned alive over here. Utility being thrown at him. The molly once again does not land, but Sleepy has a barrage of nades available. 5 more nades to his name. A little bit overcooked on this one. This could be thrown with perfection, and if it does, Soulless is going to be eliminated. Yeah, there we have it. Soulless, down, gone. No revival opportunity as the remaining players of GG are very far away.
Sleepy, solid stuff. This man is known for his precision, at least inside this PMCO, and once again, he's showing it off. Be it precision with the gun, be it precision with the utilities. It will always be on the point.
Spotted.
Those frag grenades have been delivering for Sleepy so far, and now he's definitely quite desperate to get the elimination point secured as well. Sometimes desperation can lead for your unsuccess, so let's hope that that's not going to be the case. Instead, he's going to be taking some slow and steady and cautious steps to get that elimination point secured. Better not be desperate. FPG, a team still in the race. They've got a solid chance, but so far they are just not able to capitalize. I hope in this game they can have a solid shot to have a solid game. And they're currently on the move all the way back in the blue. They're taking a decent amount of damage, but now they have caught themselves against the players of HORAA. First man's been knocked out. It's an equal threat from both the sides. FPG, they're losing out on the players. They're dropping down. This is not a good news at all. Kiwa's position's compromised as well. FPG losing out on the man numbers. Zol's barely alive. Oh, this is not looking too good. Cyclone goes for that toss. Might just find the perfect connection as well. Chips away a bit of damage. The blue zone should do the damage, and yes, it does. Rogue knocked out by the play zone because Cyclone did the 90% of the job. Still 2 more players to go. It's a 2v2 scenario. HORAA versus FPG.
Don't think so. This won't benefit either of these teams because, yeah, one will survive, but then the damage is too much on all of these players. Ryuk is desperately trying to push in and take down the last remaining player, Cyclone, and I believe the knock player is giving enough information. Rogue exactly knows Cyclone's location. Sanchir trying to toss a nade from the left-hand side. You have Ryuk trying to pinch him down. But now, as soon as the third zone damage starts to kick in, Rogue will fall. Kiva, I don't think so there's any opportunity to get that revival for Cyclone, and it's better for the players of Team 4 to evacuate as they have to move 1,000 meters inside the zone Necro. Plus, in the next 15 seconds, the fourth zone is also starting to collapse.
Pretty much. FPG now, they're just trying to go for the resurrection. Sanchir trying to get that connection. He thinks that the players are still inside the smoke. He's got no clue that both the players are towards the bridge lines, and now finally pulls out the TBS. It's going to be the battle of shotguns for HORAA. Sanchir's way too low. He misses that opportunity, and Cyclone instantly latches on top of it. FPG, Cyclone gets knocked out because the blue zone. And now the pressure's going to be on both these teams equally because Cyclone's bleeding away too. Sanchir, the same thing can be said for him. They need to trade the reses over here, and that's what they're going to try to go for. No, instead, Kiwa, he's a little bit too paranoid, thinking that maybe the opponents can't push up, but this nade's cooked to perfection. Can't find the connection, but no. Barely slips away. Cyclone gets bleed to his death. This is not good. One more man to go in the name of FPG, but what can they do? The DBS are, of course, going to hurt inside the blue. One more shot is needed. Kiwa finds that shot connection. Instantly get the confirmation followed up, too. Kiwa, the damage is a little bit too much because the play zone is chipping out. And eventually, it's going to be Ryuk to come out on top.
Great job done by Ryuk. I mean, he could have gone in for the first trade instead, but knew that the boosters had kicked in. Extra movement speed, a little bit of an extra health. Helps him, gives him the confidence to go for the final shot. The pump to the face, and he will still survive. Probably gets inside the zone too. But those extra points will definitely help you if you're Team 4 Raw. Raw Esports on the other hand, a fight with the players of Team GG would be interesting to see. DRS in the meanwhile get completely eliminated. Even Leo Esports joining that fight. ISSL Noob Alliance also taking a few shots onto the players of Team GG. So a lot of teams in just one constricted area, probably battling it out with the play zone, trying to get inside the zone. Desperate attempts from the players of Team GG, but off to no value, as they might be the team that might get eliminated in the next minute or so.
There's a big might though. Erangel, they need to keep on the consistency, even though the previous game was solid. They can't just rely on that cushion that they have built, because teams underneath them are going to be quite jelly of that spot they've got. AST, Ajaya out in the open. Goes for that prone. He's got no other option anyway, so you might as well try to do whatever you can at this point in time. Oh, HORAA Esports, the name to be feared. They have managed to win one game so far in the game of Miramar. So even this team is in that contention. As the games are passing by, the pressure keeps on surmounting on top. Ajaya's out in the open. How is this man even alive? What? Somehow, he's still standing on top of his feet. Now, Incuss getting pounced on by the players of ISSL Noob Alliance. AST, they've got a Herculean task in front of them to defend this compound against the players of Noob Alliance. Slayers in the outskirts. INCUS in the inside. This is going to be a tough one to pull off. Lucifer spots out INCUS. Ajaya's position's uncompromised too. Finally, one man's knocked out from ISSL Noob Alliance. INCUS, all he needs to do is toss this nade to perfection. He misses that timing onto that one, and that's where ISSL Noob Alliance are feeding off of. Lucifer, this nade is quite good. And he almost knocks out a player, and actually he does too. Slayer knocked out. Totter as well in the close lines, now needs to pull off a miracle. He goes for the push. He finds the connection. Ajaya shut down. One more man inside the compound in the name of INCUS. All INCUS can do is wait for the players to flood in. Totter spots out INCUS with that TPP. Wants to go for that push as well, but INCUS is playing it so patiently. Both of them just jiggling around the corner. Eventually, INCUS goes for that peek. Misses out on the shots. Totter runs out of bullets, and that's it.
Perfect.
INCUS finds the moment to strike. Nicely done. He baits out all the bullets from Totter.
Exactly. Knew. It was like he was counting bullets. He exactly knew how much were there in the chamber. Baits all out. Catches the player on reload and gets the job done. In the meanwhile, though, now HORAA in this fight with the players of Team UG should be a clean one, as it's only down to Rega. The DPS has already landed. One more bullet should do the job. There it is. No damage done onto the players of Team HORAA. Sky should be able to get that reset, and with just 20 meters to get inside the zone should not be a problem. Fifth frag secured. HORAA eyeing that first spot. In the meanwhile, A51 pouncing upon the players of Team A1NB. And that would be the elimination, I suppose. Only one more player remaining for A1NB. That is going to be, I believe, D9. Let's see for how long can he survive, because he is on the edge of the zone.
A51. Rez is going to be there, and look at that AST. They've lost out on that player. It's done. AST's journey. It's not this game. Is not going to be there anymore. They only managed to get 5 elimination points secured. And considering the fight was also all the way in the blue, so AST were already too wounded to stand inside the battlefield. But in the elimination feed, you also do see the players of VIKIngxSS in the fight. Then you also do see the players of RAW in the fight. Leo Esports wanting to go for the confirmation onto the fallen player. Zordy wanting to back away in the nick of time. Uta still desperate to find that connection. And eventually, he finds it too. Oh no, in the last second, Zordy gets eliminated. But at least, he was like a supply crate for his teammate.
That's the thing that you would never want to be. I mean, Praveen, if he gave him an extra pixel, an extra angle, he could have been able to get that revival. But it's fine now. Raw, they have to just play with the 2 remaining players. Leo as well, not in the great spot. Yeta Uta is stuck. Has been depleted of a lot of HP. Needs to reset himself back up. ENG though from far away. Now this is not looking good at all for ENG. Haitami spots us down. These knocks won't be able to get those revivals, because look at that, where the players of Team ENG are across the river. They need to dive in if they want to get inside the zone. And the only player who has been able to get across is Crypto.
That is true. Crypto proning through. Once again, ENG, even they're facing the wrath of the blue. Unfortunately, IQ's lost on his life. Now it's all down to Crypto. This man needs to pull off some miracles. ENG, a team that has had a fantastic game in the previous one, and now it just feels like it's going to be, once again, a massive drop-off. As long as you're able to position yourself somewhere in the top 5 inside this game, you should still be out with a decent amount of points that can help you sustain that first spot. So that has to be the way to go for Crypto. But considering he's the only survivor, one single spot from the enemy team, and you're pretty much done. So you cannot even afford to lay your head out. You just need to play this game completely as a snake.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. I mean, let's see though. Crypto, what does he do? 30 meters to get inside the zone. Can prone his way in the zone. That should not be a problem. Now, considering the second position team would either be HORAA or RAW Esports at this point in time. And HORAA is having a good game. Sleepy has already spotted Crypto down. He's tried to take a few shots, but with that also has revealed away his position. And even RAW Esports need to get inside the zone, so it's not going to look good for them. Crypto patching himself back up. Should just crawl in front of him. There's a lot of grass available. Should be easily able to get inside the zone. It's only the players of Team Leo that he needs to fear. Plus, even Leo is playing out super passive, not checking their back. So should not be a big problem. Though, although
For Leo, the issue right now is they're all separated. So even if a player gets knocked out, the backup is going to be very far away. In the meanwhile, HORAA Esports, they're tossing a few nades onto the players of Team Viking. Aman is still sitting comfortably inside that particular shack, I might say. Mafia Ninja was trying to toss a few nades left and right, but none of those connect.
Yeah.
Crypto though, spotted by No Fear. That's the elimination for Aegon XI8. A with NB, the last remaining player, Sketch, gets a knock onto the player of Team A51. Kancha down on the ground, and seems like Rex is not interested in the revival at first. Probably wants to drop a few smokes, and after that, we'll try to get that revival.
Sleepy. I mean, he's a man to be feared, but look at Yeta Utai in the back lines. Oh, he's just waiting for the right moment to strike, Fritz. He's waiting for the players of Raw to stand still, and he finally finds it. Rabin is the only man left alive for Raw, but Yeta Utai is a man on the mission to shut down the entirety of Raw Esports, but now the cavalry's arrived. Rabin's got nowhere to go. You might as well try to accept your fate,
Great
and that's
cover.
what happens. He gets taken down. Nicely done.
Great cover, man. They just essentially knew that the players of Team Raw were there, but had to make a move. Yeta Uta, the man, the snake in that situation, gets the jump on one of these players, was dropped out to very little HP, but then the support was insane. A51 versus A1NB, and A51 will be able to close it out as Kancha gets the knock on one, and Playzone takes care of the second player. It's down to these last remaining 5 teams. Leo Esports with all 4. HORAA Esports with all 4. Viking falls. Great nade by Sky. Will eliminate him. And now suddenly the players of Team HORAA have shifted their focus towards the players of Team A51. They want to deal with the players on the left-hand side before they fight it out against the players of Team Leo. Malik gets that opening knock. Kancha down on the ground.
Oh, HORAA Esports. They know that there's a threat lingering around them as
Good
well.
nade.
And look at the final circle. It's being controlled by the entirety of HORAA. They're here to march towards that first spot. The entirety of the final circle is being controlled by HORAA Esports. In the front is going to be the players of Leo. Can be the potential threat here, but then GG2, they've got one single solo man on a mission. Eventually, he gets snuffed out. That's it. Suki gets fought out and dealt with inside the game. Now it's going to be a one-on-one situation between these two teams. HORAA versus Leo Esports. Top 2 teams alive. The Alpha Times clashing against each other. Leo Esports, they have risen up from the ashes, but can this rise up mean that they can't take over HORAA Esports? That's the real question. Haitami gets pushed up close and personal. All it's need is one single connection, and he finds it too. Leo Esports eliminated, and HORAA is going to be the one to come out on top. Solid stuff. All he needed was one single connection from that DBS, but unfortunately, he missed up on that opportunity.
Great job done by HORAA though. Isolating all the fights, they exactly knew the timing on where they had to pounce upon, especially that cleanup against the players of Team A51. They never stood a chance. They were eliminated as soon as HORAA even had that information. Those nades were perfect. That first lock was perfect. After which they then switch on to the players of Team Leo Esports, and that was just beautiful. Haitami in the end was put in what, a 1v2 or 1v3? Never found a way out. Great job done by the players of Team HORAA Esports, and they've toppled over the players of Team Aegon XI8. They have got that first spot.
15 eliminations. Oh my god. This was an absolute goated game. This is what I call a nuclear game. A nuke being dropped by HORAA Esports in the overall standings. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much to talk about that previous game. But after this short break.
जो भी घर है, जो भी ऑब्जेक्ट है, उसको हम अपनी मर्जी से डिजाइन कर सकते हैं, अपनी मर्जी से उसको चेंज कर सकते हैं।
कसरी गर्छ भन्दाखेरि अब मैले चाहिँ वाउ मोडमा यसो हेर्दाखेरि 4v4 टिडिएम म्याप्सहरुमा चाहिँ 2-3 हजार जना मान्छेहरु जहिले एक्टिभ देखिरहेको छु।
त्यसपछि चाहिँ अनि यो प्र्याक्टिस गर्न पाए हुन्थ्यो भन्ने भयो, अनि त्यसपछि सबैले मन गराए।
उस टाइम मुझे उसको बनाने में 10 दिन लग गए थे, लेकिन अगर अभी मैं वो मैप बनाऊंगा तो ऑलमोस्ट मैं 1-2 दिन के अंदर बना सकता हूँ इजीली।
हामी कम्पिटिटिभ प्लेयरहरूलाई चाहिने भनेको चाहिँ प्र्याक्टिस हो र वाउ मोडबाट चाहिँ हामीले धेरै नै प्र्याक्टिस पाएको छ
पार्कर मोड चाहिँ मैले कहिले हेर्थेन मैले लाइफमा सोचेको थिएँ मैले हेर्थेँ भनेर बट त्यो एडिक्टेड हुने रहेछ क्या त्यो
इसका जो फ्यूचर है वो काफ़ी ब्राइट है
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, what a beautiful chicken dinner that was. It was magnificent from the side of HORAA Esports. 15 eliminations and getting 25 points secured, and yes, indeed, that was quite a massive leap too in the overall standings. Now they're currently holding the throne. Fritz, imagine how close the overall standings are. Inside the top 5, every single team, they're just one decent game away from being the champions. Oh my god, till the end, this is just going to be a massive mystery.
That's true. I mean, we did not even see the overall standings in the last game, so no calculations can be made right now. All of these teams have that equal chance of being the champions of the tournament. The last game, we saw ENG get that chicken. They were number 1. We now see HORAA Esports get this chicken. Now they're number 1. What a tournament this is turning out to be. But before we move any further, let's have a look at the MVP of this entire game. Should be a player from HORAA, right? Yeah, it is Malik. 5 eliminations, 608 damage. Great job done by the players.
Malik, man, as you mentioned, 608 damage dealt with 3 assists, survival time of 21:51. And with 4 knockouts, Malik has outshined his teammates, but also in general, it was a team game. You got to talk about that one single moment from the side of Yetauta too, from Leo Esports, just digging the graves of the raw esports players. They forgot to check their backs, and that's where there was one snake from Leo Esports who just completely shattered their hopes and dreams of at least staying closer to that first spot. But as we do move on forward towards the top 5 players, this time at least someone from A1 Esports is actually there with 3 eliminations. It's K9 Sky there too with 3, No Fear with 4, and Concha with 2.
Yeah, these are the players who made an impact in the overall game, but it more seems like that the entire squad of Team HORAA was there, except for one remaining player. So Mafia Ninja missed out, huh? Well, he'll probably show up in the next game and dominate the charts is what he will feel like. But yes, a great game of Sanhok. Match standings will be up next, and let's have a look at that. We know that HORAA should be out on top because 25 points. Nobody is beating that number. We do have a Droid 51 this time around with 11 points on the second spot. Leo following up close with 11 points to their name as well, but then the eliminations is where a Droid was shining. That's why they've been given the second spot. ENG still, even though they got eliminated pretty early on, those 5 eliminations have helped them get those 6 points.
Oh, look at this unfortunate stuff, though. Raw Esports is nowhere to be seen. FPG, nowhere to be seen. The teams that were in the top 5 for the close contention for the first spot. The only teams that are over here are Leo Esports, ENG and HORAA Esports. And let me tell you one thing, my friend. Even Leo Esports has breached in successfully inside the top 5. That means another team has been kicked out of the top 5. Who do you think it was? Was it Raw Esports or was it
believe, yes.
FPG? I think so. It's FPG. FPG has been kicked out of the top 5.
Both of them, I suppose, because even Raw has not played good in the previous 2 games. Plus, the other teams, like 4 Raw. This time around, they only got 3 points, but the previous game, they had good number of frags with good number of points. So I believe both those teams would have been kicked off of the top 5. FPG, I'm completely sure about them. Raw Esports, still, they might be on the 5th spot, but I really have a strong feeling that they have been even demoted down further. Although the other teams, DRS, look at that, only 2 points. But hey, let's clear out all the speculation. Let's have a look at the overall standing this time around after match number 10. Let's see which team is out on the 3rd spot. It's Raw. Okay, Raw is still there in top 5, but look at the lead that HORAA has. 100 points to their name. ENG with 93, and when it comes down to the 3rd team, Raw Esports 78 points. A deficit of 22 points against HORAA.
Okay, let's make this clear. Let's make one thing clear, that only the top 4 teams now have a shot at winning this entire tournament. Even Raw and Men, they're way too far away. They need at least 120 bomber. They need at least 120 points chicken dinner, which can be a little bit too much to ask. So I would say if you are basing things off of just consistency, only the top 4, they've got a chance to at least make it inside the first spot. But as you move on forward towards the latter half of the board, you've got Underground Slayer. At this point in time, anyone on latter half of the board, they are pretty much counted out. They might just be here to play the spoiler, though. If they won, they
Yeah,
can
that's
go
true.
for the drop collisions and make things even more spicy.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Undergang Slayers, this team will definitely try to do something out of the book. Maybe same thing could be said for GG, Viking, A1, NB. Spoil the game of your opponents. Try to take all those 4v4 fights without any fear. Because what are you afraid of now? Even God cannot make you qualify for the top 5, top 4 four spots. So it's just good for you to improve your gun skills and perform in a little bit better fashion in the upcoming tournament. But yeah, now talking about the maps, only 2 remain. The next game is going to be on the map of Miramar, followed by the final game on Erangel.
Yeah, well, this upcoming game in Miramar is going to be so important for all the teams in the top 4. I mean, HORAA Esports, for them, they just need to pin the spot down to maybe even 10 points can be really good. Actually, HORAA Esports just needs 10 points in the upcoming games, and then they would just be really good. In the upcoming 2 games, 10 points, HORAA Esports, consistency done. No one can even think of catching up. But if HORAA Esports, if they miss out on even one single game, they're pretty much done. So all the other teams underneath, inside the leftover 3 teams in the top 4, all they need to do is just pray. Just hope that HORAA Esports, they will have one single bad game, or just hope that someone else in the latter half of the board actually goes ahead and tries to capitalize against the players of HORAA Esports and maybe just go for a drop collision. That can be a fun one to see.
Now, targeting a team is something we haven't seen till now in the South Asian region, even if it means that eliminating them out completely out of the tournament. So that is, for me, a good thing. At least you're upholding the spirit of the game. But hey, let's see. Anything can happen in this map of Miramar, the land of DMRs and snipers, as I love to say it. And here we go with the game. The playing path, I do see it starting from the region of Tierra Bronca, going all the way down south. Will be an interesting playing path. But hey, let's see if some of these teams face a little bit of a difficulty. I think Los Leones is going to be far away, so he got XI8. Will have a little bit of a gliding to do. But yeah, it's a central playing path. It's a really central playing path. This is as good as it gets on this map of Miramar. And let's see which team gets the most benefit out of it. But hey, there's a change on the caster desk too. We have Shadow back in action. So Shadow, what are your expectations from this map of Miramar?
Well, thank you so much, Fritz. And from Miramar, I'm expecting Raw Esports to get a winner chicken dinner because the last Miramar didn't go in their favor. So I want to see that action from Raw because Miramar has always been the strong map of theirs. But on the other side, ENG I8, they are sitting on the 2nd spot, Fritz. So this game and the next Erangel are most crucial for ENG I8.
Yeah, ENG, both these games are going to be very important, not only just for them, but for the entire top 5 teams, I feel. All of these teams still stand a chance, considering HORAA does not have a good game, because it all depends on HORAA being eliminated early on in one of these games, and then you will have that opportunity to climb back up. But we still will have to see if that happens or not. So, yeah, for now, early drops happening over here. ENG, they might be in a tuffle with the players of team A1NB. I think A1NB is probably here just for the vehicles, but might end up clashing out against the players of ENG because they still are eyeing out for that western part of Los Leones. On the northern side, though, POC still have a really, really good area. Campo Militar, let me tell you, is a very good place to loot on early on in the game. Plus, when you have the zone, you don't have to worry about the rotations. It's paradise. POC will have the best loot period in the game.
Oh, yes, they are definitely. But look at the position of HORAA Esports. They are somewhere towards the northern side, northwestern side of water treatment. And in this circle, if they head towards the side of Cruz del Valle, I think HORAA Esports can also benefit heavily from it. And speaking of HORAA Esports, all these players, they have recently joined the lineup. Malik, No Fear, they used to be part of some other different lineup. So they were playing under a different banner. The synergy is still there. Same goes for the remaining players. So the best of the best players have decided to form a team, and the results are already in the overall ranking. They are sitting on the top. But looks like they're heading towards La Cobreria to get some resources just to be safe. Speaking of other team like DXD, they are towards the side of Valle del Mar. They have a very long journey inside the circle. It's not going to be an easy one. But FPG, this can be a good game for them because they are already sitting in the city of El Hazar.
Well, early drops have already happened. If we just talk about the clashes, we might see one around the region of, what do we call it, San Martin, I suppose, because I do see ISSL, Noob Alliance, and Leo quite in close proximity. And in the city of Los Leones, of course, where NB is sharing the city with the players of Team Aegon XI. In itself, if we talk about some sort of self-discipline, if both these teams have self-discipline, both these teams can have good amount of loot and still not take a fight with each other. They just need to respect boundaries. But hey, this is the first time I believe when A1NB is dropping around Los Leones, so they might be a surprise for the players of Team Aegon XI8 too. So that is something you'll need to be careful about. So all these things are ifs and buts, depend on really the pathing of your looting. A1NB for now are they've just essentially rotated away, except for Sinister, who still is trying to loot out from here. 800 meters to get inside the zone. K9 coming in with the vehicle, trying to pick both his players back up so that they can rotate inside the zone easily. In the midway, if he finds a vehicle, he'll probably ping it for one of his teammates to pick it up. So this should not be a problem. The vehicles, you have a lot of vehicles in this city of Los Leones. Even Aegon XI8 I think are done with the loot and now are evacuating the city. Decent loot. Crypto has that M4, has the Mini 14 to work with. The only thing he lacks is a little bit of medicine. First aid kits could be a little concerning thing if he gets that early fight, if he gets into that early fight and takes a little bit of damage. But other than that, yeah, his teammates will help him out. So Aegon XI8 also rotating out, 300 meters for them to get inside the zone. Still, they have a couple of minutes left, so if they want to loot a little bit more, that could be a choice of their own. But Aegon XI8 set for now.
Well, they are certainly set for now in terms of the resources. Los Leones is a big city. You tend to get very good resources, but somewhere else on the map, Undergang Slayers are also locking horns with the players of AST, where a knock has come on to Gangster. This should be an easy revival because I don't see the players of AST rushing or pushing towards the side of Undergang Slayers as of now. But this knock is definitely going to deplete some resources because I don't see too many healings or first aids onto Undergang Slayers. So let's see how this fight is going to pan out, because both the teams are approaching the fight very cautiously. There is no unnecessary aggression or overcommitment that is being showcased. But looks like Incus has already closed in the distance towards one of the player of UG, with a Scarrel in his hand and a Thompson, one of the best weapon for the close range. And looks like one player of UG is already on a very low HP. This should be an easy one for Incus, but from the backlines, the cover fire is there, and now Incus, who was there to hunt, becomes a hunty.
Hey, UG, they just split it out perfectly. I believe the steps were heard by Vadu in that situation. He called for backup. Chari gets in, just distracts him enough so that the teammate could get the job done. So 1-2, great 1-2 being played by UG. Early advantage in terms of numbers. AST, again, their players are completely spread apart. So all these will be individual battles that AST need to win if they still want to continue in the game. Or maybe they just can decide to fall back. Although Ajaya has decided to force a fight over here. Gangsta is pretty low on HP, switches to the Scarrel, has that 3x available. But then Ajaya tried to escape. Gangsta had a free opportunity to get that knock, but won't be able to make the most out of it.
Yeah, certainly. UG has managed to take down one player from the side of AST who was overcommitting, or should I say overextending in that particular fight. Slayer is already going for a flank angle, trying to backstab Chari. Look at the position of Zio. He has got an uphill advantage. From there, he can give a lot of information to his own teammates. And Ajaya finally takes down Chari over there. And UG, they have to go for the revival as Rega is going for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. And Waru goes for a knock onto Ajaya. AST, who were already short on the numbers. One man more down. 2 players remaining. From the backline, Slayer is trying to pep a few bullets in their direction. This Molotov should bring, or could bring, the knock onto 2 players of UG. That might be a sight of relief for AST, but unfortunately, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, suddenly Slayer realizes that it's a 2v4, is better to fall back, or maybe at least reposition to get a surprise knock. And that he will. He just might. He needed to connect that spray. Essentially, he does and brings both the player down.
Regawadu down on the ground. Even Gangster falls. He might just convert this into a 1v4 fight. Has got a lot of knocks. Yuji down to just one. I think Chari is the only one surviving and he does not have a lot of health and he also falls. Slayer pulls out a 1v3. A little bit of a help from Zio. And AST wipe out the squad of Yuji.
Well, if Slayer had shown that synergy, or should I say, it's not Slayer's mistake. Actually, Inkis was being a little overcommitting in that particular fight, going and rushing towards the player without any backup. But nonetheless, they have managed to grab 4 elimination points, all thanks to Slayer and his teammate. Now, AST, they have a big journey. They have to move inside the circle. And HORAA again going for the northern rotation. POC having the entire control of Campo Militar. DRS also on the southern periphery of the circle. Speaking of DRS, they have to find those elimination points, otherwise they won't come in top 10. But looks like the compound of 4 Raw has been challenged by an enemy in the name of A1NB.
Ooh, let's see, this is going to be an interesting fight. 4 Raw this time around have suffered a lot of casualties. Only Rogue is in a fighting stance over here. And he also falls to Sketch's UMP. It's all down to the last remaining player who also gets taken care of. So A1NB. In both of these days, this is the cleanest squad fight that I've seen A1NB take. Finally, they get that squad by 4 frags to their name early on in the game. And now looks like that they might be able to hop a few numbers in terms of the overall leaderboard. K9 is already out trying to hunt even more players or probably get some more information on the back of their squad wipe that they've got. Hitman resetting himself in terms of the loot. Has to get inside the zone. That is something he has to take care about. Raw Esports though, a team which had great grip on that first spot after day number 1, has finally lost it after 4 consecutive bad maps. Not entirely bad because game number 1 was still decent enough. They got into that top 5 position. But after that, it has been a downhill journey. Now, for now, all these 4 players are still surviving. I believe they already have some information about the Leo players in front of them. That's why they've parked their vehicles in such a fashion. But it could also be a rotating thing where they're just making sure that their vehicles are not damaged from anywhere. Kancha, I believe, has been spotted down. Undertoss nades are being thrown in from the players of Team Aegon XIA. That is Falak. He's trying to gather as much damage as possible and probably even an hour. But Kancha is just running away for his dear life. He does not want to get taken down this early on.
But the question is, can he run away from the situation? Because it's Miramar, it's an open field, and I don't see his teammates anywhere in the close proximity that they can come and help him out in this little tricky situation. But on some other side of the map, we have DXD also going up against the players of FPG, where FPG are the ones getting those finish points for themselves, and DXD not having the manpower or all the players alive, but Triumphs in a close frontal battle with the players of VIKINGxSS. It's a 1v2 situation. A vehicle run over coming in by Uzm takes down Rooms over there.
Beautiful comms running through the players of Team Aegon XI8 because, I mean, Uzm could have easily said that we'll take a double battle. We'll take a dual face in front of Team A51. But he was like, nah, let me just run over, bro. You just don't peek. And then he exactly knew where DG19 was. Great job done by the players of Team Aegon XI8, and now they exactly know where the remaining 2 players are. They're stuck underneath Falak, and now the support is arriving. FPG on the other hand taking a fight with A1NB, but that's a fight we'll cover shortly. Rex falls. Falak might also go down to the play zone, but now it's all down to Kancha. Kancha is firing on a different team. He's taking a fight with DXD where nobody gets knocked out and gets left over by his own teammate. So Kancha might just get 1 frag, but that's all he gets because now the players of Team Aegon XI8 will just pounce upon him as they also have to give revival to Falak up above.
Well, they certainly have to go for the rescue mission, but from the backlines, Crypto gets the confirmation point onto Kancha, and AD51, they bid bye-bye on the 14th spot. Now, again, XI8, they're already taking the damage of the blue, and don't see too many first aids onto Crypto. Maybe his teammates can help him out, or he could borrow, but at this point, being 700 meters away from the circle, again, XI8 should be prioritizing the rotation. But speaking of other teams, look at the traffic that is present on the southern side. So many teams are there, with Raw being right in the center of them, surrounded by Leo, GG, even A1 and B. But I'm more worried about Slayer, AST, the last player from AST. He's not in the best of the spot right now.
That's true. Slayer is just stuck between two different teams, and now even Egon XI8 coming in from behind could also worsen the situation out. DRS in the meanwhile, they have traded players with FPG. So 1-for-1 is where what that trade went, or how that trade went. Bia gets a pick this time onto Sujan, a player from DXD, and Zeol will help him confirm that frag. So these are just individual picks which have occurred due to the carelessness from a single player. Mighty gets a knock onto Zeol, but I suppose the cover fire should be there. Oh, wait a second. The cover fire was there, but then Kiva also falls. So a 1v2 attempted over there by DXD. The knocks are there. Let's see if the confirmations also follow through or not. In the meanwhile, Roy Esports just throwing in their scopes, gathering intel, gathering information. So if the zone in the next 20 seconds do not agree with them, do not agree with their position, they have information on the back of which they'll try to decide their rotation path. Kiva, in the meanwhile, gets completely finished off by a third team, DRS, finding that player out of position and finishing him off, putting him out of his misery. Zeol is knocked out. Bia, the last one standing, is going for a longer rotation so that he can gather some more extra survival points. That's the best thing he can do right now. On the other hand, GG, Leo, both of these teams will probably get in a face-off as GG have to move inside the zone.
Well, they certainly have to. And one team that can stop them in the tracks are the players of Leo. From the backlines, VIKINGxSS can also do a third party. So GG not in the best spot right now. Speaking of FPG, only one player remaining, 5 defeat points in their hands. So survival game should be the priority for Bia right now. He has got enough loot, enough resources in his hands. Just be a little cautious. But GG trying to challenge the compound of Leo Esports. I'm not so sure if that's going to be a smart move, because from the backlines, VIKINGxSS are also there. So there could be a chance of a third party. And Farad, maybe he do realize this situation. So he's taking a longer route inside the circle. Quite an open field where we have the players of Vikings as well. So GG, they are actually playing a very dangerous game.
Well, they are quite out in the open. I'm not sure how they want to play this one out. But hey, let's see if some changes could be made. Zio spots Mighty down. That was the last remaining player of DXD, and Devil X Dragon will fall. A1 and B getting a lot of frags in this game. Vikings have lost another player to the hands of A1 and B players. So that's a good thing for the players of Team A1 and B. This game is going to be fun, at least for them, if not for others. HORAA Esports was still a part of this game and have started to throw in some shots onto the players of Team ISSL Noob Alliance. Although Leo also wanted to do something. And as soon as they spot a player down, spotted a knocked player out, they were like, yeah, oh, free frag? Easy frag for us? Yeah, we'll take it. They did not have to do the heavy job of knocking the player out. He was already knocked out, just they confirmed the frag. And just like that, HORAA Esports, they are so easily able to eliminate their opponents, ISSL, out of the game.
Well, they certainly are. Noob Alliance have been eliminated, and now only 11 teams remaining with 3 defeat points belonging to the players of HORAA Esports. HORAA are looking fantastic, as they are always looking fantastic in every game. The IGL is doing the perfect job of the rotations, the paths which they opt for. Everything is working in the favor of HORAA Esports as of now. But speaking of GG, well, they're just waiting for the next circle. That's when the rotations would begin for GG, Leo, A1 and B, as these 3 teams are quite adjacent to each other. But speaking of VIKINGxSS, it looks like they're already locking horns with the players of AST. And I'm sorry, it's not Slayer who is the last player. 2 players are remaining from the side of AST. Zio is also there. So it's kind of a 2v4 situation, which AST, I'm sure, doesn't want to engage in.
Yeah, I mean, Zio is in a safe spot. Slayer could also decide to fall back. Just play together, because this duo can still try and survive. But in the meanwhile, Roy Esports has spotted down the players of Team ENG trying to make a move on AST and are throwing in some third-party shots. They will attract attention, but then if they're able to get a few knocks, this could really help them climb up the leaderboard. The zone has also taken a shift towards the northern part of the map. Aiku, in the meanwhile, is trying to fight it out against Slayer. It's better for Slayer to not peek, but now the utility exchange will start. The nades being thrown in by Aegon XI8, and I believe Slayer knew it, respects it, and falls back to avoid all those nades being thrown his way.
Well, certainly the great nades are being flung over towards the side of Slayer as Crypto is trying to close in the distance. Perfect. Backup support is being provided to Crypto. In a close frontal battle, Crypto with the M416, the gun goes on the reload, and Slayer still trying to find Crypto. Finally, Slayer has been taken down. Zeo still remaining from the side of AST, the only last ray of hope for AST. But looks like VIKINGxSS, IQ and Uzm are desperately trying to hunt down the last man of AST.
Yeah, Zeo, the best thing he could do right now is play spoil sport. Aegon XI8 really need to move inside the zone. They are trying to use these vehicles and get in. But then this Dacia is already smoking out. If it bursts out, Aiku will be completely eliminated. Zeo spotted down, was not able to connect the spray, and now is in a whole world of trouble. Yes, he gets a knock, but not the second one. The trade is there. Aegon will probably get the revival and then move forward inside the zone.
They are certainly. But HORAA and Leo look like they're also locking horns with each other, where Sky has been taken down, has been knocked down. Let's hope a revival comes in. Actually, it's the vice versa. Leo has been taken down by Sky. I'm sorry. And Leo again back on his feet. It's a 4v4 situation. But right now, Leos, they are trying to prioritize a circle. As in 1 minute 30 seconds, the blue will be closing in. But Raw Esports Zodi finds one knock onto Leo Yeta Uta. This is definitely not a good news as a third party is happening onto the players of Leo. They can become the patty in the sandwich.
Oh, let's see. Aegon XI8, even NB Sinister is the prey right now. DRS on the other hand though, they've been able to eliminate the players of Team FPG, I suppose. That was the final player surviving. In the meanwhile, the fifth zone has already started to close in. DRS, let's see what the decision is after this zone. 1 minute left on the clock. A lot of players falling apart right now. K9 tosses a nade out and takes down Uzm. Sketch will be able to confirm that frag. So that means I8 is also in a lot of trouble. Leo on the other hand, they did lose Yeta Uta early on, but now are firing right back. HORAA, one of the player gets taken down, but then the trade is there. Falak tosses a nade onto the player of Team A1NB. A lot of fights happening all around the map. Leo really need to get inside the zone, and for that they need to take care of the players of Team HORAA Esports. Look at that, one of the players is still out behind on the left hand side. He could play the spoil sport. Even the players of GG will be a concern for the players of Team Leo to get in, and now I believe it's just the last remaining player, Liquid, who will fall to the play zone.
Liquid not in the best of the spot right now, trying to patch himself up, but the blue was dishing a lot of damage. It finally has been taken down by the player zone, and Leo Esports bids bye-bye on the 9th spot. VIKINGxSS, speaking of them, well, Crypto is the only man standing as he takes down, or tried to take down, actually took down A1NB last player Sketch. 7 teams remaining, 21 players. Crypto having decent position, I'll say, on the edge of the circle, but still 23 meters away from the zone. On the other side, GG and Raw are also trying to engage in a fight where the players of Raw are looking better. As Sleepy finds a confirmation point, 3 confirmation points already in the favor of Raw Esports. As they are trying to clear the floor, they have to engage in a fight with the players of HORAA. Perfect grenade from Sleepy takes down not just 1 but 2 players from HORAA.
Oh, this is troublesome for HORAA Esports. Even the players of POC, that third party is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. Now even the zone is slowly and steadily moving in. So we might see GG surviving this onslaught, but HORAA of course not. They will be taken down. Zodi tosses another nade, gets another knock. HORAA just stuck behind a tree, not finding any sort of cover, and now the wall of death pushing into VIKINGxSS. In the meanwhile, throws in a third party onto the players of Team GG. Zodi from Rock gets the final frag, and with that, GEUD Gaming out of the game.
Well, they certainly are, and POC Core has also been knocked out. But HORAA, I'm a little worried about them because they don't have much space or breathing space to play around. As the players of Raw Esports, especially Sleepy, is pushing towards them. So HORAA, they have to be very careful, and so do the players of Raw Esports. But looks like Raw, they have already made it inside the safety of the circle. But one of the players from the side of Vikings is also there, pretty much pinned down behind that little wooden shack. HORAA Esports, they need to watch their six because there are few players or teams that can backstab.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, HORAA could be the one if they do climb the hill, but they do not have enough time as the zone is already closing in. Zordi makes things worse as he spots the player of HORAA down, takes him down, and now it's all down to the last remaining guy. POC, Dayubi is also a person of interest right now for Raw. They're taking every fight they can get over here. Jiggle, trying to just jump spot this last remaining Viking player in this shack at least. Takes him down, easy knock, and Raw Esports will control the shack now.
Oh, they certainly, yeah, they have managed to get the control of this little wooden shack. But right now, Jiggle is getting punished by the players of HORAA from far off angle. Mafia took him down, but Mafia has also been taken down by Zordi of Raw, and Vikings also bits bye-bye. Now only 4 teams remaining. A Crypto, well, he has managed to come inside top 4. He has got a big weapon, MG3, and he has a clear line of sight on the players of Raw as well. And doesn't see playing the best of the position for the players of Raw Esports, as Crypto can definitely find at least 1 or 2 players, maybe 2 players also from Raw, and get those confirmation points.
ENG though, one of these players are one of the players is still surviving. But for how long is the biggest question. Raw Esports all struck down to just one single compound. POC have the best possible control of this play zone. They should not let the players of Team Raw Esports escape that particular that particular shack. Should be able to get those frags. Even DRS have a good place inside the zone as one of their guys is already in, and the other 2 are making sure that their flanks are all clear and no surprises are to be found. Saigo would be the only one who's still in a position that will threat the players of Team DRS. But hey, let's see if he's able to do anything from that particular spot.
Let's see if he can do anything, but this time DRS, they have made a very good outing in this one. 4 defeat points, and they are in top 4. If they manage to eliminate the threat in the name of POC, I think DRS will be looking fantastic, and maybe they will march towards the victory in this one, because they have the entire, they'll be having the entire control after eliminating the player of POC. But right now, the entire focus of POC is on to the players of Raw Esports. And Raw, they have to be very careful from those throwables that might be coming in from the side of POC, as Kalein was trying to do the same, but looked like Zordi dealt with him. And now the UB is also on a very low HP. He could be the next victim from the shots coming from the side of Raw Esports.
With that knock, Raw has been able to get inside the zone and have been able to cut off the angle from at least 2 of these players. Core and Kylhan need to really peek out if they want to get those knocks. Zordi was the only one left behind, but now Dayubi from far away has been able to get that knock onto Prabeen. He is being sprayed upon, but as soon as he prones down, he gets instant cover because of the territory that we are playing in. It's Miramar. It has a lot of small ridges available to play around with. Zordi pushing in from the left hand side, tries to get some information, tries to get anything that he can, but is not able to deliver that knock. Now needs to survive, maybe just prones down near the vehicle, near the temporary cover. Core spots out Sleepy, all out in the open, puts him to rest. Raw Esports suddenly from a powerful position has started to fall down, and this is what we talked about. We wanted these teams on the lower half to trouble the teams in top 5, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Raw really desperately needed the chicken, but I believe now they will be picked off one by one and might just be able to break into top 3 unless and until ENG gets taken care of by one of these players, but I don't think so that is going to be the case. Core spotted, shot upon, but will be able to reset.
Well, they certainly have to reset. POC also trying to crawl their way inside the safety of the circle. But the uphill advantage is with the players of DRS, as D1868 trying to use those throwables to bring the players of POC on their knees. And Killer YT, his entire focus is on to Crypto, the last man standing from the side of VIKINGxSS. But on the other side of the map, Raw Esports, well, they have been eliminated. Now 3 teams remaining, where VIKINGxSS with only 1 player, DRS and POC having the numbers advantage. But Carlane is already so close to the players of DRS. He has to be very cautious and careful. Otherwise, the DBS in the hands of Killer YT could result in his demise.
So let's see. DRS really have a powerful spot, and XMPL finds Skylan early on. This is a good knock because POC really need to maybe rush into the things if they want to get that revival. Otherwise, need to lose this player. These are the only 2 options that they have. POC just waiting it out. Finally sit into the vehicle, try to close in the distance, but now DRS, they get activated. XMPL sprays the players, tries to spray the player down, but has not been able to get that knock either. D1868 knows that Crypto has already creeped up, but the more pressing issue are the players of team. Never mind. I was about to say the opponent, the team of POC, but then he gets dealt with, and now DRS versus POC will be the final fight.
Well, certainly this is the final fight. DRS finally having a good outing in this one. 3 players still remaining, and yes, the little bit of the soft cover, the smoke is there to help the players of DRS and the players of POC. But Core, coming from the back lines, grabs the attention of Killer YT. No throwable whatsoever. They're running little short on those grenades and molotovs, but DRS, they are looking fantastic as Killer YT switched to DBS and a UMP45 in the hands of Core. Let's see if that UMP45 can bring a knock or not. The height advantage is still with the players of DRS, and the blue has already started closing in. It will start punishing the players of DRS first, so POC, they do have this advantage, the position advantage now.
Killer has a nade. This nade could be huge. He needs to time it perfectly though. Let's see. Core around the smokes, wants to play around the smokes, want to just take down the players of team DRS, choke them out, but Core spotted down Killer's nade. As I said, needed to be perfect. It is. Chip down to little HP, and the knock is there. Dayubi trying to survive. A flash being prepared over here by XMPL, trying to flush out Dayubi maybe. And that's exactly what they do. Dayubi pushed off in an off angle. Another knock being achieved. No, that's a great XMPL. You need to find the player. Footsteps, heard, player, seen. DRS finally get that chicken dinner on the map of Miramar.
Well, finally, DRS, they were waiting for it from so long, and finally they get a winner chicken dinner for themselves. We were waiting for this DRS, where is DRS? Why they are on the bottom or the later half of the overall ranking, but with this chicken dinner, I'm sure they're going to get this momentum. Better late than never, only 1 game remaining after this, but finally we have seen the domination from DRS, which we have been witnessing in the previous seasons of PNPL.
Oh, finally, DRS Gaming getting that chicken dinner, getting that much awaited chicken dinner for themselves. And this might propel them into the top 10 positions. But then again, the dream of winning the championship will still be very, very far away. 19 points from this game. They've been able to push themselves all the way up to 9th rank. But that's about it. One more good game might get themselves into top 5, but not into the top 3 or 4 positions. So a good attempt, a great game of Miramar being played to 19 points with 9 eliminations. DRS Gaming will be able to win the map of Miramar.
Yes, certainly. 19 points in the name of DRS. And now they are on the 9th position in the overall ranking. We'll discuss more about this game, but after this short little break.
World of Wonder received loads of updates in version 2.9. For this video, let's take a look at the highly anticipated group editing feature. This feature lets 4 players edit together and communicate via voice chat. The leader can choose to use a new template or edit an existing template. So, how do you access group editing? Firstly, Every group editing participant must be a creator. Additionally, everyone needs to have downloaded all the map editing resources beforehand. Then, you can invite your friends to form a team in the lobby and enter the creation together. In the editing mode, the leader and teammates have different permissions. The leader has full editing permissions, while the other teammates working on the creation can move, place, copy, and delete objects, as well as group them together, but they can't save them as custom prefab. They can also modify some editing settings, playtest settings, and gameplay device settings. During the editing process, it is important to note that while an object is being edited by a player, no one else will be able to edit it. Outside the session, the leader can edit the creation name, description, tags, and set the cover image. After publishing the creation, the leader's UID will be displayed. Group editing is great for helping beginners learn how to build and for completing creations quickly. In the editor, the leader can enable multiplayer playtesting to better assess the map's completeness. Furthermore, each team member can help build different aspects to create much more efficiently. Lastly, new players can invite experienced players to create together. That way, they can learn more quickly. Of course, the leader should be aware that all edits made by participating members take effect in real time and cannot be undone after saving. Gather your friends and try group editing now to experience the joy of co-creation. There's still lots more fun to be had with the group editing feature. If you have any interesting ideas or suggestions, be sure to share them in the official PUBG Mobile World of Wonder Discord server. For more World of Wonder creation strategies, please check out the World of Wonder section of the Co-Create space.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching PUBG Mobile Club Open South Asia 2023. For some reason, I got reminded of PMPL, but it's PMCO 2023. Yeah, and DRS finally friends. They got a winner chicken dinner for themselves, and in quite a fashion.
Yeah, good for them. Too little, too late, I'd say, because even this chicken had only 9 frags. If it was somewhere around 15 frags, we could have still thought that, oh, one more game like that might push them up in top 5. But hey, a victory is a victory, and that's what the players of Team DRS get. Probably the MVP is going to be from DRS as well. Or we might have the players of POC, but I don't exactly remember how many frags did they have. I don't think so a lot. But yeah, great job done by the other teams as well. The top performing teams this time around was ROY Esports in terms of the top 5 teams. So how much of a difference have they been able to gobble up? That is going to be a question. But before we jump into that, let's have a look at the most valuable player of the game. It is going to be Sleepy from ROY Esports. Of course, I was expecting this because he had good number of frags, 1000 damage. But the elimination just does not do justice to him.
I wonder how much damage is from those grenades, because I do remember he knocked down 2 players of HORAA Esports with just a single nade. So definitely Sleepy was doing so much for his team, the way he was pincing down the players of HORAA Esports or be it AST. So he was doing so much. 1000 damage, 3 LMs, perfect stats coming in from this particular lad. But along with him, we have XMPL also from DRS with 4 LMs of his own.
Yeah, talking about the top players, there is the list: Sleepy, XMPL, Zordi, Crypto, Core. All these players had a good impact in the game. But then again, you do see 2 different players from Team ROY Esports. That means they had a good frag game. 7 frags between the two, Zordi and Sleepy. Great job done by these players. XMPL from DRS had 4, even though they got that chicken dinner. 9 frags, out of which 4 were by XMPL. So he was the fragger for his team.
Well, certainly Crypto also from Aganex side with 3 LMs, Core of POC with 2 LMs, but a lot of damage that he was dishing out. But looking at the match summary, we have got 59 elimination and 62 knocks. A decent knock elimination ratio. The longest elimination was of 333 meters. Total healings done were 8,796 and 1 vehicle elimination also.
That was interesting. I mean, vehicle eliminations on this map of Miramar are usually less as compared to what we've got over here. But hey, if you get it, it's fine for you. Let's have a look at the match rankings as well. 19 points for DRS. ENG had 10 eliminations. Wait a second, I thought it was only Raw who performed. But no, even ENG had a good say in the game. 15 total points for them. Raw Esports also get 12. But look at that, POC have 8, even NB with 7. Where's HORAA with 7 points? So that's a decent game. Nobody's touching HORAA right now.
Oh, certainly. No one is touching HORAA Esports right now. They have got those average points which they needed. But Vikings also this time, they have got 5 points to the name. GEUD Gaming with 3 points on the 10th spot. Undergang Slayers with 2 points. Leo Esports just 1 point to the name. DRS AD51, not so good performance, just 1 point to their name. Also, Noob Alliance and Raw MN with nothing, 0 in this game.
Oh, that is definitely going to be a difficult thing for the other teams. But yeah, this is going to be the final game of the day. Erangel, the final map where the champions will be decided. Super excited for this one. I mean, we do have HORAA Esports who are looking to be the victors. But we will have to see. We will have to see if that's the case, because one bad start for HORAA Esports could entirely turn the game. I don't think so. Production is going to show us the overall standings just before the final game. But hey, it is going to be super fun just because of that. We do not know who the team is on the second spot. I believe it's ENG, considering the great performance that they had. They have closed in the distance quite a bit, but still, the deficiency is still going to be there. It is going to be fun. But ladies and gentlemen, let's jump right into the final game of Erangel.
Well, for the last time in PMCO 2023, we have the big blue bird in the sky going all the way from Georgopol. Looks like we have a northern flight path from Georgopol towards Lipovka, but also there is a slight change in the caster desk. We have Necro joining me. Necro, how are you doing, man?
Points in that previous game. Yeah, they have still managed to pin that spot down, but you never know. One bad game, this single bad game can cost him that entire championship slot. So you never know. HORAA Esports, all they need to do is play for survival. If they try to be greedy inside this game, that might just be it. But as we've got the planned flight path, as you mentioned, starting all the way from Georgopol towards Lipovka, HORAA Esports as well, just taking an exit towards Yasna Polyana. No issues over there. ENG, they like to go all the way down south towards military base. It's going to be a hell of a stretch for them.
Yes, definitely. But if I remember correctly, ENG, they tend to perform in those circles really good. If the circle is quite opposite to the drop location, that is the northern circles or the northern flight path. So ENG, okay, it's not a northern circle. We have an eastern circle where the players of DRS can benefit heavily, or even the players of Raw Esports also, or maybe HORAA, because they are already in the city of Yasna. This is definitely a very good circle for the players of HORAA Esports, Necro.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, HORAA Esports inside Yasna Polyana, it's not going to be that much of an issue for them to actually make it to the centric spot, including the players of DRS as well. You can say the same thing, and even DRS. These guys are going to be in a really good spot. But the team that are going to be in contention for the first spot, ENG and Raw Esports, these two guys, they need to desperately perform inside the game. ENG, one thing is for sure, their eyes are going to be on that spot. One single mistake, ENG knows that their spot will be taken away easily. So over here, I should be on the prize. HORAA Esports, all they need to do is just play for the survival. That's it. All they need to do is just hide inside the houses for as long as possible.
And they've already been gifted by PUBG gods a perfect circle to do that. But speaking of other teams like AST, they have to make their way inside the circle, and the players of Raw Esports or UG Undergang Slayers can also ruin their plans. But speaking of Vikings, well, they are in the city of Lipovka, one of the most underrated place, I would say it, because Lipovka tends to offer a decent loot for all the 4 players, but looks like the first blood has already been drawn.
Pretty much, and that too, Jimmy. He's got a knife in his hand and a slit in the enemy's throats, I guess. Jimmy, off the bat, is having a great start. ISSL Noob Alliance, one of those teams. I mean, throughout the tournament, they have struggled. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter even if they are going to have a good final game. It's really not going to matter. The same thing could be said for the DRS as well, because they did win the previous game, but how much impact does it really make? The answer is none. So it doesn't even matter if they did get that previous game in the hand.
Well, certainly. And yeah, but still, I think they should try to get a winner-winner chicken dinner, no matter what the result is in the overall standings. But speaking of ENG, the previous Erangel, that means the match number 3, they got a winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves. And they can try to do so again, because the rotations are not going to be that difficult for ENG if they opt for Nova Ripnoy Bridge. So let's see which route they are going to opt. But for now, they are looking pretty good in terms of the resources, because yeah, military base offers the best loot, and that it has been a home ground for ENG from a very long time.
Yeah. I mean, ENG, as you mentioned, it's been their home turf for a long time, and these guys are still looting forward. Now, my real eyes are going to be towards the circle, who is actually prioritizing to be in that centric spot. There are a couple of these teams that have struggled through the start. And as I mentioned, right now the battle is literally just in the top 3. The team that's in the 3rd spot will have a little bit of a more tougher climbing. The team on the 2nd can have a really easy shot. All they need to do is have a decent game. And if HORAA Esports slips out in this game, well, then that's it. HORAA Esports is pretty much not going to be the winners. Unless all the top 3 teams end up just crumbling down like that, then maybe that can be like a God-gifted win. But still, for now, the top 3 is looking way too close to comfort. And the other teams on the latter half of the board, or the other teams underneath the top 5, are just here to play that spoiler. Even if any of these players do get taken down by any of the teams that are going to be on the latter half of the board, that's something that's going to be reminded to them throughout their entire career. That how they were so close to win the entire PMCO, but then they got eliminated by a team who was not even, or who didn't even stand a chance to win the PMCO. That's something that's going to be like a pinch of salt on top of the wounds.
You would definitely like to focus on those points. But speaking of POC, yeah, they're not in the best of the spot right now. And looks like they're going for a very long rotation, or they're just going to grab more resources. And hey, Necro, I just want to ask you out of the blue, just a random question. DBS, what's your point of view? Because I completely hate DBS. Do you like that weapon?
I mean, there's pros and cons for it, right? Of course, DBS, it is a solid weapon, but then once again, you need to be super accurate. You need to be super accurate in close range. You need to be in a point-blank range for you to get the knockout. And if you miss that initial shot, well, then you pretty much can't be done. Imagine a DBS versus UMP fight, right? Up close and personal. The DBS guy misses the first shot. UMP clearly has a big advantage, because then you need to pump the DBS. That's where the UMP can take the cake. But then once again, the initial shot connected, DBS can pretty much come out on top. Of course, shotguns are going to be super overpowered in the up close and personal combats, but I mean, you can't really do anything about it, right? Maybe the only nerf that you can try to bring to the DBS is pretty much just make it super rare. Maybe that can be the only nerf, because if you nerf it to the ground, well, then that weapon's going to be pretty much useless. And I'm pretty sure the developers do not really want that.
Or maybe just send it back to the airdrop. That could be an option.
I don't think so anyone would even try to go for that then. Airdrop is a little bit too much of a bigger of a nerf. I would just say make it super rare.
Yeah, true. You have a point. But right now, even the players of AST and POC are also trying to lock horns with each other. And from the rooftop, the players of HORAA, Sky, is trying to grab as much information as much possible. But look at that. AST, in case with that M416, is trying to take down the players of POC. And looks like not just one, 2 players are going to be taken down. Playzone also coming into the picture, takes down Kailan. AST Slayer also goes down. This is not looking good at all for both these teams.
Yeah, AST are just falling apart, but still they've got a Jaya on his feet, and he's the only one holding his team up. For how long, though? That's the real question. Core's out in the open position. Spotted. The nade's going to sail in that direction. Core shut down as well. POC on the verge of getting eliminated completely from this game. And Ajaya, he's just here to claim the elimination points. It's like a feast for this man, but he also needs to prioritize resurrection on his teammates. So he needs to go for that trade, Rez. AST, the players are bleeding out to their death. Incuss needs to be back upon his feet. Slayer needs to be back upon his feet. But AST themselves know that at this point in time, the game's done. They cannot do anything in order for them to get back inside the race anymore. It's just done. Even Ajaya himself knows he's the only man on the mission inside the team now.
He has to fall back. He has to fall back. It's pretty much done. All he can do is maximum get the confirmation point onto the fallen player of POC. But that's also kind of a risky thing because they are fighting the blue. He is close to 2200 meters away from the circle.
Oh.
Good grenade, but missing the marker. And POC player is still surviving. A good smoke trail, rather, I'll say, from the side of Dayubi to revive his fallen comrade. And Ajaya, well, 2200 meters is quite a long distance that he has to travel, but looks like he's going for those finish points, and the UB also gets taken down, and an entirety of POC has been eliminated. But now Ajaya, he has to collect some first aids and move as quickly as possible into the safety of the circle.
The next circle shift's going to be a little bit towards the northern side. Yasna Poliana is going to be favored. And as I mentioned, all the players of HORAA need to do is just play safe. And that's what they're doing so far. Just hide yourself in the houses, hold one single building, and you should be good to go. And that's what I think so the players of HORAA are doing too. No need to focus on fights. No need to pressure any team. As long as you're going to be safe, that's all that matters. AST for them, Ajaya, being the only man alive at this point in time, Ajaya himself knows that he does not stand a chance to win the tournament. So you might as well try to do whatever you want. You can try to pull off some weird shenanigans. HORAA Esports on our screens. And as I mentioned, all you need to do is just hold down one single compound. And that's exactly what HORAA is doing. Good thinking.
Well, certainly good thinking. They have the entire control of the big building, big blue building of Yasnia, like you pointed out. But speaking of A1NB Esports, they are also in the close proximity of one of the team. I believe it's either ENG or UG. So actually both. A51 is also there. So A1NB, they have to be a little careful. They are very well aware of the enemy threat lingering nearby. All they are doing is just waiting for the next circle shift. Looking at the resources, they're looking pretty decent, but looking at the position in the overall ranking, I don't think even if they pull off a winner chicken dinner that they can come in top 4. Am I right? Is my maths correct? Yeah, they can't. The chances are very less.
Yeah, no, that's why I said the real battle is literally in the top 3. I mean, the fight is to be on the first spot, right? So we might as well just focus on the top 3. A1NB, these guys have definitely disappointed their fans, that's for sure, because I mean, a lot of people had a lot of expectations from this team. I personally had a talk with a couple of people as well. They themselves said that A1NB, we have so many expectations this time, but not being able to perform is definitely going to be a massive letdown for the fans. UG, position compromised. Now A1NB knows that there's someone in that compound. I like that split from the side of A1NB, though. I'm not going to lie. It's a 2-2 split. 2 players in this compound, 2 players far away in that compound. So anyone who's going to try to drive through from between, it's going to be a well-coordinated play. I hope the communication issue will be sorted soon, though. Leo Esports breaching in from the northern side. That's going to be a clear breach for them. FPG2 trying to breach in from that Yasna Poliana side, too. That's going to be a clear breach for them as well.
And remaining teams are trying to come from the southern side. That's where the maximum third parties can happen. But right now, again, XIA, they have managed to find a knock onto Rogue. Let's see if they can find the confirmation point as well. But looking at A51, not the best of the spot right now. But again, XIA Falak with those throwables and the grenades, or should I say barrage of grenades, is trying to get those confirmation points. But no confirmation for now. Falak needs to patch himself up or maybe just close in the distance along with his teammates as the vehicles are already on the standby. But A51 Kancha also finds one knock onto the player of Raw Esports. I believe that was Jiggle.
DXD, both these teams. Oh, good flash though. Hold on. I was about to say both these teams, I mean, they do not even have a chance to do anything, but still maybe here to gain that experience, I guess. And DXD, Sajan, is way too up close and personal. ISSL Noob Alliance. For them to do anything at this point in time is really tough considering they've lost out on Jimmy too, but the return barrage of nades is something that's finding the value. So I guess you might as well try to go for it, right? As long as it's working. And Sujan was quite low. The resurrection's there on the time. Maybe this Nate can find it, but no. Unfortunately, no.
DXD is still trying to fight with tooth and nail. Little peek from the side of Lucifer, and Malaboy was ready with his Carl. Now, Noob Alliance, they have to be very careful as the grenades might come in from the side of DXD. Even we have the players of VIKINGxSS I8 in the close proximity, but Raw, Sleepy, finds a confirmation onto Sanchir. And with that, Raw Esports, well, they have been eliminated, 13 teams remaining. Lucifer is trying to find the perfect projectile for the grenade to find some connection onto the players of DXD. But no connection at all. It's kind of a stalemate situation for both these teams, DXD and Noob Alliance.
VIKINGxSS I8. Oh, lose him in the far fray. It's a 1-3 split. I'm not sure what VIKINGxSS I8 are trying to pull off, especially in this such of a crucial moment. You're going for such a risky spread. I'm not sure how the future planning is going to look like, considering Uzum's way too low. But no, eventually he's deciding to regroup with his team, which is a wiser option. But for now, Avon and B engaging in a fight. The man gets ran over, Sketch knocked out. The two players in the far fray can't do anything other than just watch their teammates get leeched upon and just eliminated and devoured from the game. This 2-2 split, it did seem quite good, but then in the end, it also sort of became the way for their demise. Unfortunately, A1NB, they were just not able to play the split perfectly enough. The cavalry just wasn't really there, and now it's all just down to Hitmine and K9OP. Oh, these guys really need to figure out what exactly is going wrong with this team, man. I'm not even going to lie. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow for the players and for the viewers as well, for the fan base. But these guys really need to figure out the problem. Their communication issue has been an issue for a really long time now. It's almost been 1.5 or 2 years since this team's not been able to play that well. They need to do something.
100% agreed, because Sinister being such a veteran player, this should not be coming in from him and his teammates. But I hope that next time when we see A1 and B, these issues would have been resolved. But for now, FPG is the next target for the players of Leo Esports, as one player goes down from FPG. But retaliation also coming in, as Yetot Ota has been taken down. Bia also goes down. The fight is definitely happening, and the players of FPG are losing that one. But from the rooftop angle, Malaboy is also trying to pep a few bullets in the direction of Noob Alliance, as Noob Alliance are trying to back away or fall back from this particular fight. And looks like they've already made it to the safety.
That's what it seems like. DevilX Dragons. All the 4 players inside Mansion in a comfortable spot, in a cozy spot. Top 3 teams, that's why my eyes are still locked on. That's what I want to find out, how they're doing. HORAA is one of those. Raw is one of those. And someone else is still in that race for the first spot. HORAA, one thing is for sure, these guys are still safe. No issues in that regard. A1 and B in front of us for now. They were taking a couple of shots against the players of DRS. Nothing can be done over here. VIKINGxSS I8 now looking for to chime inside a fight, and they're actually taking down the players of Noob Alliance too. But from the far fray, it's going to be a third party from DevilX Dragons. DevilX Dragons, for them, this is a feast, and they're here to claim the points. It's going to be a little bit of a tough one to claim, though, considering Malaboy is now all by himself, and he knows that he's getting pounced on by the entirety of VIKINGxSS I8. It's better to back away and play a little bit more safe. That's the only visor option, and that's what Malaboy is possibly trying to pull off as well. VIKINGxSS I8, they're a little bit hurt. They've lost out on IQ, and instant confirmation follows up too. DevilX Dragons, now they're here to dig a grave off the players of VIKINGxSS I8. Crypto up close and personal. This man is a name to be feared, but let's see how well Crypto is going to be able to defend his team from this entire wrath of DevilX Dragons.
But the DBS in the hands of Malaboy is also something that we need to consider, as he was trying to charge in towards the side of VIKINGxSS I8. Palang still prone down in the smoke, hiding. And looks like Malaboy is unaware about the position of Falak. And this is something that is worrying me. And finally, Falak strikes, takes down Malaboy over there. And now DXD, they're not looking as good as they were, as Mighty is in a 1v2 situation against ENG I8, as Crypto is also Moving closer, Mighty trying to patch himself up. Lot of smoke has been utilized, but Falak, he's getting shots from somewhere else. A third party coming in the name of Ajaya of AST from far away. He has managed to take down Falak. A blessing in disguise for the players of DXG, looks like. Both these teams quite few meters away from the safe circle, 70 meters, and 25 seconds on the clock. That's when the blue will start closing in, and both these teams, they have to focus or prioritize the rotation at this point.
Pretty much. Sleepy is over there too from the side of HORAA Esports, DRS Dragons. I mean, these guys have managed to get at least one man down from the side of ENG, and that down can actually prove out quite a lot. That initial opening that they found against ENG is probably now just playing with their heads, playing with their minds. Because ENG, they're in the run for the championship. They're in the run for the winning spot. Oh, player spotted out in the open. This can be so bad. Uzum. Oh, Prone's back in the nick of time. That got me scared a little bit too much. Because ENG at this point in time, even they're probably feeling the pressure. Even they can't feel the adrenaline that's going to be there inside the game. And yeah, every single step you take has to be so cautiously. And unfortunately for the side of ENG, even their backs are against the wall. So they need to make it inside the safe zone as quick as possible.
Well, they have to. But with that, Leo Esports, they also bid bye-bye on the 10th spot with 4 elims to their name. No fear of HORAA finds Vikings players, Machine, taken down, but looks like again XIA, they're also challenging the players of DXG, barging into the compound as Crypto from the backlines finds Mala Boy over there. Instant knock coming in, and the players are not prepared. DXG is not prepared for this barrage, and Mighty also goes down through the hands of Falak thanks to that DBS action coming in. And now Falak with that grenade is trying to find the last remaining player of DXG.
Just like that. Just like that, ENG, they've shut down the players of DRS Dragons who were making so much noise against ENG. That's why you do not really mess around with the best of the best. And that's what the players of IAD have now proven to the opponents. Connection was found, so John's taken down a bit low. They know exactly where this player is too. But the unfortunate stuff is that they cannot just make the send it like that. Even though it's just one man alive, you never know. Maybe he can clutch it out. A 1v3 scenario, we've seen this happen uncountable amount of times. And now finally the push is going to come through. ENG looking for to flush out their opponents like they do not even mean anything. M4 close and personal. It's not going to matter against the shotguns though.
Sujan was trying not to give any sort of sound cue, but 1v3 was way too much to deal with, and finally they have been eliminated. But again, XIA, they're raining death and destruction. Look at those 10 finish points which they have accumulated for themselves. HORAA Esports also trying to find their way inside the safety of the circle, having the complete northwestern control under their favor, but they need to be a little cautious of enemies in the nearby vicinity, especially in the name of Raw and UG as well. UG are so very close to the players of HORAA Esports, but as the circle shift comes in, now HORAA, they're a little close to 90 meters away from the safe circle.
Pretty much. Oh, look at Sleepy. HORAA Esports really well aware of their surrounding. This fight is going to be a fight of the century. HORAA Esports versus HORAA Esports. I would really love to see who's going to come out on top because, as I mentioned, HORAA Esports, ENG, and HORAA Esports, these three teams are still in the run to win the game. All HORAA Esports needs to do is play safe as much as possible and win the game. But unfortunately, Mafia Ninja knocked out. Not a good news at all. It's the players of UG2 finding that knockout. Resurrection's going to be there. Luckily enough, the smoke was deployed, so that's why the execution did not really come through. But HORAA Esports, they managed to eject one of the players out from the side of HORAA. Sky knocked out and instantly finished as well. Raw, this is what they were looking for. This is like a date with destiny for the side of HORAA Esports. The exact moment they have been graced with. And now the MP45 as well, starting to make it count. Jingle finds to knock out another player. HORAA starting to get dismantled. This might just be the chance the players of ENG and HORAA Esports were looking out for.
Well, certainly, Sleepy also goes down. Zordy on a sliver of HP manages to find the last player of HORAA Esports and marks an in. And HORAA Esports, they bite off the dust. Raw Esports, they have to go for the rescue mission onto Sleepy. Good defeat points in their favor. But looking at A1NB, Hitman has been spotted down by ENG and ENG fighting from the blue as Palak is trying to make his way inside the safety, but it's not going to be so easy as from uphill. K9 spots him and instantly shuts him down. Uzm being the last man standing now.
Hitman softened up. A1NB can be the spoiler in the sport. No, Hitman. Oh, good tracing through the trees as well. But ENG on the verge of losing out in their life. Uzm, what a return knock! Even though he only had 1 HP, he still strikes back. A venomous snake in the back lines. Uzm is not a man to be messed around with. A1NB, especially a team that has not been able to find that success, but eventually Uzm was way too low. I guess did not even have time to met up because the back was against the wall. He needed to make it inside the circle. That's where Uzm got shut down. Raw Esports, for them, this is the exact moment they've been waiting for. Can they be the winners of this game and take home the PMCO? Can they do it? Can they make it happen?
Maybe they can. They are trying their level best, but right now UG is also there. A51 is also there as the players of Raw Esports with those vehicles are trying to lure out the players of UG out of their covers, but that's not happening. But definitely the resources are being wasted, but a vehicle could run over coming in as Chari gets taken down.
Oh no, Raw Esports tables are now starting to get flipped against them. Undergang Slayers might just come out on top in this fight. Raw, what a big blunder that was. Undergang Slayers. Oh, they just come out on top. Raw Esports, they just lost that chance. Or maybe they grabbed it. I'm not sure what exactly is going on in the overall standings right now. But Raw Esports, they just missed out on the opportunity to pin that first spot down in their name and win the PMCO. If I'm not wrong. Oh my God, what just happened? Raw Esports, they're going to be kicking themselves in the feet. I'm not really too good at maths, but I think so. That's what has just happened. I think so. Raw just lost that first spot.
We are not so sure right now because my maths is not good, but I have to agree with you. The chances of Raw coming on the top are very slim right now, but we'll wait for the overall standings. Looking at A1NB right now, they have a clear vision onto the players of A51. Undergang Slayers, good job on their part because suddenly the tables turned. Raw Esports, they were looking so fantastic. The vehicle run over came in. UG one player was already down, but still UG kept the calm and composure and managed to eliminate the entirety of Raw Esports, and especially in that chaotic situation when they were not even prepared for that 4v4 fight. But looking at A51, yes, they do have a good compound. They're just waiting for the next circle shift and trying to spot down the players. Looks like they have spotted on Hitman, but a retaliation fire coming in from Hitman is definitely a cause of concern for A51.
Oh, A51. They need to make it inside the safe zone no matter what. The constant pressure from the side of A1 and B2 is something that's really making them question themselves. A1 and B, these two guys, I mean, even if they do really win this game, it's not really going to matter at the end of the day. A51 looking forward to make that pounce, and they're actually way too close as well. A1 and B, Hitman is a little bit too late in pulling out his secondary weapon, and that's why he messes up, but his teammate is there with the backup. Beautiful nade to shut down A51. A1 and B, at least, maybe they can go out with a bang. But UG, they're on their way towards the players of A1 and B. They're here to punish A1 and B, not even giving them a chance, a time to recover. But already they've managed to patch themselves up. So UG, they need to be a little bit more cautious with this approach. UG looking forward to claim that high ground. This battle now finally breaks out. DBS of close and personal is always going to shine through. Shuts down the first man. Now UG, they're down to just this one last man alive. Even he pulls out the DBS. Wadu, a known legend in the scene. Can he make this 1v2 possible? Can A1 and B win this game too? Anything can happen at this point in time. And yes, it's A1 and B who take an exit from this tournament with a bang.
Well, A1 and B finally gets a winner chicken dinner for themselves, and UG coming on the second spot. A good job. We were, especially you were asking, why is A and B not able to perform? Why there is so many communication issues? But looks like in the very last game of PMCO 2023, they have fixed those communication issues and worked as a unit, worked as a team, played as a team, and that has resulted in a beautiful winner chicken dinner for them.
I mean, not really as a team, right? When you've just got two players alive, you can't really say as a team. But once again, you need to understand this was the last game of the grand finals itself. So a lot of the teams already gave up mentally. So it is understandable. Even the previous game, we saw DRS take a chicken dinner. Even that chicken dinner was something that you cannot really count on. Even this chicken dinner is something that you cannot really count on that you've improved. So I would still say there's a lot of improvements to go through, not just A1NB, a lot of the teams that were not being able to perform throughout this tournament. There's so many things these guys need to improve on, but I'm pretty sure in the future they will try their best to iron things out. As you've got the A1NB entire roster in front of us, and the overall rankings are still hidden. We do not know where A1NB has positioned themselves, but the total elimination of 13 and 23 points and damage dealt is going to be 2364.
That's quite a lot of damage that they were dishing out, and yes, the overall rank is still hidden. We will soon find out, but we know for sure A and B is not in the top 5, or maybe they are in top 10 after this performance. That could be a possibility. We will find out soon, because our production is very smart. They don't want to reveal any suspense for now. But Raw Esports, speaking of Raw Esports, what does your math say? Are there any chances of Raw coming on the top, on the first spot?
I mean, I'm not sure, man. HORAA Esports, they already had a solid lead to begin with. And now that Raw Esports sort of missed out on that opportunity, I'm not really sure, considering we did not even get a chance to see the overall standings in the previous game or after the previous game. So it's really tough to say. I'm pretty sure Raw Esports have missed out. They should be on the second spot, really close for the first, but I highly doubt they have made it to the first. ENG too, they had a solid game. They were not doing too bad, right? They were getting those elimination points. They were playing pretty proactive. But unfortunately, I don't think so that proactivity is enough. HORAA Esports had a solid, I think so, 10 points lead when the last time we saw the overall standings.
And the thing is, HORAA Esports, they have been consistent. They have been getting those average points in every single game. On the other side, for Raw Esports, few games, they shined really good. A few games, they took a very early exit. Just like the first Miramar, they were sitting on the 16th spot. So the inconsistency is the reason, if at all, Raw is not on the first spot. I would blame the inconsistencies coming in. Maybe the next time we see Raw Esports, they'll be more consistent.
Maybe. There's a lot of maybes, ifs, and buts. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and take a look at the MVP of that previous game. Who was the man who managed to outshine a lot of these players? Because that's something we need to find out. And considering, I think so, it has to be someone from ENG. These guys are pushing up close and personal, but no, instead, it's Hitman from A1NB who managed to get 5 eliminations with 1360 damage wrapped up. Solid stuff from Hitman with 4 assists and 25-45 survival time with 6 knockouts. But ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, we are also going to be taking a look at the overall standings. I just can't find out who is going to be on the first spot. Oh, what?
Ooh.
ENG was the one to take it home? We all thought that HORAA is probably going to be the winners, but no, instead it's ENG. HORAA is on the second spot. ENG definitely has shook all of us. Oh boy, it is an astonishing affair indeed, but HORAA Esports, valiant effort from them.
Well, certainly valiant effort from the side of VIKINGxSS, and day 2 was completely different from day number 1, because today only they managed to get those 2 winner chicken dinner for themselves. And look at the amount of elims. They have got the highest elimination points, highest placement points. It's not just like they're not playing the perfect balance gameplay. There's a perfect balance between the placement and the elimination points. They're focusing on the rotation. They were focusing on those elims also.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, you guys have clearly seen your PMCO winners. They're going to be ENG with 121 points. They have managed to win this PMCO 2023 South Asia. Indeed, a massive statement being made from them, but HORAA Esports, way too close, but still quite far. Then as you do move on forward towards the latter half of the board, FPG, a team that showcased some brilliance on day one. Unfortunately, it was a big downfall for them on day two. They were not even able to perform inside one single game. And then the rest of the teams, DRS Gaming, bad performance. One thing is that's for sure. Vikings not being able to do that great as well, but at least getting that chicken dinner at the end of the day, that's something that's okay.
Well, certainly getting a chicken dinner is something DRS was focusing on, and maybe next time we'll see a stronger DRS, because few seasons DRS shine, few seasons they are not able to perform up to their best. Noob Alliance is also one of those names that really need to work on, or maybe find out what's not going right for them. But looking at the elimination leaders, we have Crypto of VIKINGxSS with 33 elims and huge damage number. And speaking of damage, well, Sleepy has got the highest damage from Raw Esports with 30 elims.
Yeah, I mean, Sleepy was one of those consistent fraggers inside South Asia, inside this PMCO, but then Crypto just takes it over later on with 33 eliminations wrapped up. Solid stuff. This is what Crypto's known for. He is one of the best players that South Asia has to offer, that Pakistan region has to offer. And Crypto, once again, just making a statement. This man, the grind always pays off for this guy. Mulek 2 with 29, Rogue with 23, and this guy with 21. In general, HORAA Esports, one thing is for sure, these guys are going to be kicking themselves because they got eliminated in the final few moments. Even they pretty much, if they stayed alive for a couple of more positions, maybe that wouldn't have happened. But then ENG, they just came in like a storm, and they just pretty much took it over. They are going to be your winners of the PMCO 2023 South Asia.
Well, certainly they are the winners of PMCO 2023 South Asia. Again, excited, but valiant effort from the side of HORAA Esports, Raw Esports. They also played it to the perfection. Even few other teams also chimed in, like FPG. Day number 1 was in their favor. They need to figure out what really happened wrong on day number 2, so that next time they can come back much stronger.
Exactly. Next time, hopefully, all these teams who were not able to perform, I hope that they're all going to come back stronger, because some of the known teams as well, they were not able to perform at all. And that was definitely quite a big shocker for me. I mean, imagine me as a commentator, if that was a shocker, then for the fans, it was a big disappointing moment, right? So I hope that's not going to be the thing. I hope in the future, all the known teams, once again, they will be back on that domination. The new teams that we saw inside the PMCO, they have pretty much gained that experience facing some of the best teams that the South Asian region has to offer. I really want to see what FPG has to offer as well in the future.
Yeah.
FPG, they were quite a promising force. Unfortunately, on day 2, the inconsistency hit them, but well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that in the future, this is not going to be the same case. With that being said, make sure to follow all of our social, which is going to be here. And, well, in general, I hope you guys enjoyed the entire show, because for now, that's it. Going to be from my side, Necro and Shadow. With that being said, it's time for us to take leave. You guys have a good night.